What is up, everybody? Oh my god, I'm under attack. Hi. Music, very loud. Anyway, no buffs today. Feels bad. But we'll be doing 5.5 on the ult account here. If I'm saying this like you can't fucking read. Although, you know, many times when I've been streaming and the stream title will be very descriptive, or say like no backseating or some shit, and then someone walks in here and it just starts backseating, or is like, what game is this, when it's literally the title and shit like that. So I don't know, man. Okay, let's take a peek at our servants over here. We haven't played this account in quite some time. Reading is for nerds, but we're all nerds, so hey, Say, I'm not doing too bad. Allergies aren't actually, they're not completely destroying me today. Only a little bit destroying me. So that's an improvement. Alright.
Yeah.
Skill ranks is really the only thing that matters on this account. And I haven't, because I've been playing this account, I think I missed Caster Day. I'm sure the Caster Daily was up at some point, and I let it slip by. Why does this account have Luvio? Yeah, it certainly did. Okay, well, and before it's today. Oh, look, it's today. Fuck. Why did it have to be today? I have so much to do today because, okay, one, you know, I gotta stream, you know, it's my job, and, you know, and then I wanted to just do a bonus stream for Dragon's Dogma, and then I've got, some, like, yard work I have to do, because that's awesome. I wanted to build that model, I need to edit the Luvia video, and I was like, okay, if I need to edit the Luvia video today, or I'm, like, never going to do it, so, like, I gotta get on it. But then it's like, oh no, it's the Caster Day. Fuck. And stream title change. Yeah, time to farm Caster Days. I don't think so. We'll I don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll try. I'll try to fit at least a few of these in today. But man, today was like the worst day for that. Why couldn't it be like tomorrow or yesterday, or, you know? Oh well. Alright, 5.5. We already did a little bit of 5.5. A while ago, but we haven't done much. I don't think we've even fought like a super serious boss yet. What do we want to summon? 100 Robin, why not? Okay, we want Hans and Arash Bond. What are we working with on this account? I think we've got most of the basics up. I need to get that first skill to 10. I know I have a lore. I should really do that. We'll do a taunt. Wait. Right. This account doesn't have... What am I thinking? It doesn't have the Da Vinci on Death CE. Right, I'm allowed to use like whatever I want though. Ain't that freeing? Hey Lucky, thank you for the 95 bits. You know what? I'm doing K-Scalp on David. What are you gonna do about it, chat? Okay, should be fine. Nothing, yeah, that damn right. Whale. I think this account got K-Scope like super early on too, if I remember correctly. So I saw this again today, and I've seen this so many times throughout my, you know, time on the internet, you know, with YouTube and Twitch and everything. For some reason, there's this like thing out there where people think I don't like K&K. I am so confused. And I saw a post where you know, people were bitching about, you know, some nonsense I had said, and then someone was going, oh, he doesn't even like K&K or something. And then a guy clarified, like, no, I'm pretty sure he likes K&K, and that guy got downvoted a bunch. And then this guy saying some bullshit that I said that I've never said. It was like, no, he doesn't like K&K because he said blah 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 blah, and I never said any of it. Like, literally never said any of it. I'm like, what the fuck? I've seen this so many times, like this on my YouTube channel and, you know, Reddit or whatever, and like, for some reason there's this, is there like someone impersonating me? Running around just saying K&K is garbage? I don't know, I literally don't understand, because this has come up so many times. I'm very confused. Because I don't remember ever saying anything bad about K&K ever. I don't think I've ever said anything bad about K&K. I just like the guy that was clarifying, like, no, I'm pretty sure Green likes K&K, got downvoted. That's all he said. He didn't like insult the guy. All he said was, I'm pretty sure he actually likes K&K, and that guy got downvoted a bunch. Just like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that from Reddit. That came up there too. Same deal. I've seen it on Beastlayer. I think K&K is one of the better things Type Moon has done, at least in terms of like just like, you know, I have a, like, even though I think Fates Tonight is kind of written like trash, at least in terms of the story, I really like the characters, and Nasu is extremely good at, you know, making good characters. So on the one hand, I really like Fates Tonight just because the characters are so good, but on the other hand, it is got just awful plot contrivance garbage everywhere, and it's kind of a shit show. Where K&K, I think, is like the most complete package that Type Moon's done. It's just a nice, coherent story. You know, it's got its, you know, typical storytelling, you know, maybe plot armor here and there, but nothing too crazy. You know, like the cast, just fine. The only issue I ever really had with K&K that I can think of is for some of their villains, especially the priest guy that I can't remember the name of. It's like, I don't know, it starts with an A. I can't remember what his name is. But he's in the 5th movie. But that guy was a pretty cool villain, and they do this a few times, but his character is never explained until he's basically dead. Right? And like, that doesn't make a good antagonist, right? It's so much better when you learn about the antagonist maybe as you go, but then you get a nice chunk of them when you understand what they're doing and why. Where with him, I remember, pretty interesting villain, but you knew nothing about him until he was like literally dying, and it was like, that would have been a lot better if you knew that sooner. That's like the one criticism I can think of for K&K. That really stood out to me, I remember, but that's not that big of a deal. Certainly doesn't mean I hate the damn thing. I don't think I've ever told Reddit users to go die. I definitely have never done. I'm very conscious about not using that kind of hyperbole. You know, I've never been the one to send like an Xbox hate message, like, you know, go kill yourself, right? I don't ever do that kind of thing. Sure, I might insult somebody that I really don't like that has insulted me. Like, if someone insults me, I will insult them back. Sure, I'm all for that. But I never use that kind of language. I just don't. Like, maybe I've had a slip of a tongue at some point in my life, but I pretty much always make the distinction between not liking Reddit as a format and, you know, the kind of culture around it. I think it can be kind of bad, and it almost always turns into a circle jerk. It just promotes that. But that does not, I say this all the time, that does not mean everyone that uses Reddit is bad. Of course not. And there's plenty of posts on Reddit that are good. There's plenty of, you know, intelligent people that use Reddit. It's just a fucking website, bro. It's like, it's not something to identify with. It's a website. It's not like, oh, I'm a Redditor, right? That's ridiculous, right? I don't like or dislike someone because they use Reddit. If I meet someone on the sidewalk or something, or in a restaurant, and like, yeah, I use Reddit, I'm like, oh, fuck you, you suck, right? That's ridiculous. And if someone says I use Reddit, I'm like, oh yeah, you're awesome, right? It's nothing. It's a website, and I think the website is overall bad. I think Twitter is bad. That doesn't mean, you know, everything on Twitter is bad. That doesn't mean everyone that uses Twitter is bad. I think Reddit, I don't mean FGO's Reddit, I just mean Reddit, period. And it has uses. It's because it's popular. It's I think the most useful thing about Reddit is because it's so popular, it's like a central hub for like information or news about something, right? Because it's such a major part of the internet That if you're like, man, I need to find out what's the release date of this thing, what's the latest news, what's the, you know, if you go to the Reddit for whatever that thing is, you can probably find at least, you know, something pertaining to what you're looking for that thing. And that's useful, but that doesn't mean the actual format of the website, I think, is good. I think the format of the website is kinda shite. But yeah, I think some people are just, you know, they always internalize criticism. And sometimes criticism is, you know, aimed to be a personal attack or whatever. Sure, I've seen that, of course. But if you criticize Reddit, that's not criticizing everyone that uses Reddit. Like, that's just nonsense. And it's not like Reddit's going anywhere, right? I mean, it's here to stay, very much so. Decided to throw one multi-roll for Helena and got NP3 Martha. Well, I know you're a Martha fan, so grats. Very lucky today, though. Everyone's saying streamer luck, but Zaw's kind of going off here. Wow, this enemy has 200,000 life. However, will we be able to manage that? Ah, yes, filler stages. I do love this synergy, though, with Mozart, because you can, like, do Starbomb CE and then Robin's third skill, and now you can crit, and then you can use Mozart's third skill and guarantee crit again. I always enjoy that. Just, you don't have to dedicate any quick cards or get a lucky hand, anything. You just get 2 turns of crits everywhere. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, I saw that last night, that Sakura Wars is shutting down already, which is insane because that game has only been out for like 6 months. This is what concerns me. I am not surprised that game is shutting down. It's terrible. I mean, it's designed like a mobile game from 5 years ago. With, you know, it's so, I mean, that's just pathetic. I mean, and how could anyone, but here's the thing. They made it. They thought this was a good idea, and from what people that work at DW have said, is they invested a lot of their own money into it. That shows such a lack of foresight. I mean, like, that you're, like, they're like, oh my god, FGO's popular, so let's just copy-paste FGO again. You know, when FGO really only survived because, you know, of its IP, and also 5 years ago, the kind of business model that it had 5 years ago was, although it's still bad, was still more acceptable. And now FGO is better, and it doesn't have as bad of a business model anymore, and they're less scummy than they used to be. But they never would have survived that beginning period if it wasn't for it being an older game and it being more acceptable back then, and then if it wasn't for the IP carrying them so hard. And because it's not like they copy-pasted modern FGO, they copy-pasted like day 1 FGO. Like, how are you that like, what is wrong with you, right? That is nuts. And of course it failed miserably, and it's you know, already shutting down again, and that's just, but it concerns me that they thought that was a good idea. The people in charge of FGO thought that was a good idea. They thought that would work, that was a good plan for the future, and it was worth investing all that money into. And apparently, it's pretty rare that you'll see companies shut a game down that quick, especially when they do have a big publisher like Sega. Normally they go into like denial for a little bit and they try to salvage it, and then they shut it down. But the fact that they shut it down that quick shows that it was just that big of a financial failure, right? And then it's just like, how did this happen, right? Like, how did we get to this? It concerns me though, because if the decision makers at DW are making those bad of calls, I mean, that bad of a fucking call, you know, that worries me for FGO, right? And I think FGO has been, you know, pretty stagnant for a while, and they haven't been keeping up with the times very well. You know, we're 6 years in, we have no new game modes, we have no story replay, we have no boss rush mode, I mean, the list goes on, right? We don't have a safety net, right? It's crazy, and when they're over there making bad decisions like that, it does not give me faith that they're going to start making good decisions over here. Hopefully, though, I am wrong, and the big reason that game was so bad was mostly Baba, and hopefully he's going to have nothing to do with FGO, and hopefully they fire him, for God's sakes. But I'm hoping most of the bad decision-making, the bad foresight, the bad game design, I'm hoping all of that is mostly because of that guy and not the people in charge of FGO. So that would be the ideal. All right, what do I want to summon here? You know what? Let's go Dino Mom. Why would anyone hire that guy? Seriously, why would anyone hire that guy? He fucked up a bunch of projects at Namco Bandai, and then they benched him, which was like a fancy way of firing him. And then so he had no responsibility anymore, and then he left the company. And then he joined Square Enix, and then he made a game studio under Square Enix that never produced a game, and eventually shut down, and then he quit. So he total shit show behind the scenes there. Clearly, never produced a game, and then he joins DW, pours an insane amount of money into a mobile game that's completely from 10 years, 5 years ago, and shuts down in 6 months. Why is anyone hiring this guy? Literally, why would anyone hire this guy? It's insane. His track record is just wasting money and failing and pissing off fans constantly. I can't think of anything good in his track record, and yet DW hired him, right? And I swear, if they keep him on board after this, I beyond me, completely beyond me. But yeah, I guess the good news is maybe they'll learn their lesson, right? Maybe they'll learn their lesson from making such an antiquated game and how poorly received it is, and maybe that'll get them to double down on their things that, I don't know, they have that other mobile game they're working on though. Everyone I've seen is like, oh man, maybe they're gonna work more on FGO now, but I'm like, they might just work on that other game that they've been working on. I'm not sure they're gonna translate this into a life lesson and think about business models and that kind of shit, but I guess we'll see. Do we do double Berserker? Oh yeah, I'm allowed to use Herc on this account. Oh, feels good, man. We're just gonna blow some shit up here. I'm so okay with this. Too bad I don't have any particularly good craft essences for him on this account, so we'll just see red press red. That's generally a good way when in doubt. Yeah, I know someone in DW is friends with that guy, so I guess that's how it happened, but we'll see what comes of this, right? Yeah, I don't know, maybe they canceled that one game, because we haven't heard anything from it in like 2 years. So there's a chance they just canceled it. Oh, fuck. I wasn't bringing units for a boss fight. This is a boss fight. These guys have guts. I think they come back with full health or half health or something. And whenever guts goes off, they put, I think, a dot on you. And then the dragon has buff removal, and then Spriggan is a Spriggan. This was not the time for the setup I just brought, but we'll see if we can make it work. Although Spriggans suck, I think we need to kill the dragon first. I had no idea we were this close to the say section of the story. Like how his first action was buff removal, so my survivability skills went out the window there. Thanks, game. Fucking dragon, man. Let's see how much damage Herc can do here. I almost want to just reset though, our team is so bad for this. I thought this was just trash mobs. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset. I think we probably win, if we came down to the wire. Because David could handle the Spriggan, but that's just not a fun team to play. Like, that's boring and lame. So we want to kill the Lancer first. Deer mid is kind of... Yeah, let's go deer mid. That's a fun one. Does this account have Billy? I bet you it doesn't. Yeah, I didn't think I'd leveled enough people, because I know where Billy is on the priority list for like most of my accounts. If it's not my main, he's really high if it's my main, just because I like him. But yeah, for an ult account, he's below David and Robin. And normally I only level like 1 or 2 of each class when an account is kind of this far in. So other than caster, let's just do David. He's got anti-giant. Do we have Bedivere though? We do not. That is surprising. I normally level Bedivere before Caesar, but I'm guessing I just did that because we didn't have Bedivere yet, or I wanted to. Oh, right. I was going to Grail Caesar on this account. I actually already have Grail Caesar on this account. I just haven't given him XP cards because I forgot. Shit. Need to do that. I want someone to get their NP quick though, that's why Bedivere was on my mind there. Alright, we'll do it like this then. Don't even need supports. I mean, what do you mean by self-wank? Do you mean just like Japanese hype? Because, I mean, that's kind of just a thing in FGO all the time, to be honest. What's the dumbest fake take you ever read? That Fates Tonight's one of the best stories ever written. I've actually seen that, unironically. I'm sure there's something stupider out there, like, you know, some crazy theory people have, but I'm sorry, it's only the Fate Stay Night community, or the Fate community, thinks Fate Stay Night is like some gym of storytelling, right? And it's totally okay if you like it, or if you identify with some of the characters, or if you think it's cool, or if you like the action, or whatever, you think the characters are... That's all fine, right? And I like a lot of aspects of Fate Stay Night, but it's just a fact that it is not, like, you know, to be held on some pedestal for amazing writing. It's just not. I mean, the internal consistency is terrible. There is such blatant issues with plot armor and plot devices just all over the damn place, right? Like, and the pacing, oh my god, the pacing in the visual novel is terrible. I mean, that's subjective, sure, but like, to me, it's just awful. And I don't think anyone outside of specifically the Fate community thinks it's some, you know, in any way, some kind of, you know, gym of storytelling. And a lot of times when I say that, it gets people's jimmies in a twist, and they're just like, oh my god, how can you not think Fate Stay Night is the deepest, most well thought out, you know, internally consistent masterpiece of a story? I'm like, okay. Like, oh, you just, you know, put it on the high school must-read list here. Okay, no one has art cards but Hans. I'd like to wait then at least one turn for Hans to NP. Besides, the dragon's just gonna remove our buffs in a second anyway. Like, let's be honest here. And again, you know, something doesn't have to be a master class of storytelling to be worth your time, or for you to like it, or for it to be one of your favorite stories. That's fine. Some of my favorite stories, certainly I would not consider some, you know, master class of storytelling either. There's no big deal there. But let's not have delusions of grandeur here. I could have Caesar just NP right now, and we got these 100% crits. This is where we have like too many options. Let's see, because I want to use Hans's NP, but like, damn, do we have some nice options right now? This turn's kind of risky, because Caesar could get pretty fucked up. You know what? I'm hoping Dearman gets attacked once. Wait a minute. Didn't I give him Hans's third skill? I did. Fuck, I didn't need to do that. Well, no, I kind of needed to do that, because I still do need to get hit. Let's see if we can... I should have used Caesar's first skill. They said Ishtar was stronger than Tiamat, which I'm like, did you not follow the stories here? They were saying that she was like 7 times stronger than Tiamat, which I find is really funny, because not only was Ishtar completely incapable of doing literally anything to Tiamat for the entire story, they even say, clear as day, that a primordial god or goddess is stronger than a regular god or goddess, right? Like they're you know, a cut above, right? And so like that makes it pretty, you know, clear cut there. Can we do 59k here? Probably. Generally, when I see insane takes in Fate, that has way less health than I thought it was going to have. Generally, when I see insane takes in Fate, though, it's because I'm overwhelmingly, and I've seen so often when people ask them and stuff, they even admit to this. I have people in my own chat say that they admitted to this. Normally, what happens is someone will only watch the anime, and the animes just don't give you nearly as much context, or, you know, like how the abilities work under the hood and that kind of stuff. And then they read between the lines a lot and see things that aren't there, and they come up with some insane theory that, you know, X and Y and blah, 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 blah. That most, like, insanity from Fate normally comes from that. Just people getting really weird ideas from the anime. So I was saving up, like, for a big, awesome NP turn, and that was completely pointless because this guy has 50k life. So, if anything, I should NP the Spriggan, but I'm going to NP the Dragon just so I don't have to worry about buff removal anymore. But wow, I played this wrong. I thought that guy was actually joking at first, but he really wasn't. And that was the thing. But hey, I mean, you know, people can think whatever the hell they want, but doesn't mean I agree with it. You're doing that. Interesting that the dragon only applies the poison to the unit that killed it. I never knew that because we soloed this back in the day. I feel like by the time I get my NPs, the enemies are so low in health that all of our nice fancy damage is going to waste. Man, can we get more Fate Change Fake? It's been a while since the last book, so I'm hoping we get the next one soonish. You know, I'm not one to like rush a writer or anything, you know, if it takes time, it takes time, you know, that's fine. But I just hope it happens to work out so we do get it soon, because it is good, man. And they stopped like at the, you know, right as a bunch of shit was gonna happen, so. This team is so wacky. I should have just like rushed my NP and then NP these things. Hit David. That's not David. Go on. What? No, just David. David, hit David, hit David. There you go. Signed your own death warrant there. Can we get some crits here? Give me that 50 and 40% crit so we can just kill this guy. There's a few things in Fate, even as much as I like Fate Strange Fake, there's still some things to even criticize there. I mean, most things are you know, have flaws, obviously. You know, it's got a few issues, but overall, it's definitely one of my favorite Fate stories. But we'll see. You gotta stick the landing, right? So, I mean, they could totally fuck it up. You know, with God, things could get really dumb if... Well, we'll just have to see what happens, so... Yeah, the whole Herc stuff really sucks. That felt really contrived and dumb, and it was kind of like... And he even said it's because he didn't feel like he was the one to write normal Herc, and I'm like, that's totally okay, but then don't put him in your fucking story. Like, oh my god. Is this Babbage? This must be the easier fight with Babbage. I remember there's like a preview fight with him and then the real one, so I don't think we have to go too crazy here. Let's show off some Ricky boy. Do I have a quick starting in PCE? Did we miss the Christmas one? No, I didn't. Hell yeah, that's awesome. All these rookie boys. At the moment, what do you think is the worst part of Fate Strange Fake? Okay, I can think of two things that really come to mind. One, like I just said, the Hercules stuff. I really think it's out of place, and it's like, because this is not reading between the lines. He said he didn't feel like he was the one to write regular Hercules, so that's why he's, you know, fan fiction Hercules instead. And I think Avenger Herc is just lame, and he's just an excuse to not use regular Hercules, because he is, like what the writer said, and his abilities are just stupid. It's just so, he is such a fan fiction feeling character that's just shoehorned in there. It's dumb. And his design is dumb. Like, look, I'm wearing drapes. Like, oh great. I'm just so not a fan. Everything surrounding him just feels dumb. And then another thing the writer said was he was originally not going to have Ishtar play a very big role in the story, but then because he liked her in FGO, he decided to, because she was actually supposed to die fairly early on. She was supposed to be like the first kind of antagonist kind of thing, and then she was kind of supposed to exit. Because he liked Ishtar, he decided not to do that. But like he'd already written a chunk of the story, so it's like that's just not great, right? Like that's not really a good reason to change your story, by the way. Like so there's a few things here, and the pacings occasionally gets a little whack. That can be excused though, because it's so hard to write a story like that where you don't have a main character and you have so many plot threads and so many, you know, characters that need to get screen time that it's easy for things to kind of get lost sometimes. But for the most part, he does well with that, and a lot of his works are like that, where they don't have main characters and they move the screen time around a lot. And he normally, and I think he still is doing this, what he does a lot is basically characters might only get a bit of screen time here and there, and then later on they might become more important or whatever. But whenever characters do get screen time, he does a good job of characterizing them well in a short period of time and alluding to there being more to the character. And he doesn't just like, even if a character's only going to be in it for a bit, he normally flushes their character out, like their backstory and all these things out, even if you don't see a lot of it in the story itself. And because of that, most of the characters don't feel very two-dimensional, and that's good. But it's not perfect all the time, and when you have a cast that large, there definitely are, you know, some issues. But, you know, fair enough. It's impossible to do that thing, you know, without any issues. But yeah, so far I've liked Fate Strange Fake. I've liked, you know, I like the unique characters, the screen time being spread out, and not having an obvious main character. You know, it's been kind of cool. So. And so far, I think he's written the characters pretty well. But, you know, we'll see. Time will tell. It could, you know, go downhill. Richard is awesome, though. I mean, who doesn't like Richard? Like, what a guy. Okay, there's only these three guys. Let's see. I could have star bombed and, like, just done so much stuff with Ushi there, but I figured grab the art chain. I wish Ushi had her in P right now. I had to whiff 2 of her quick cards though, so she's kind of stuck for a minute. Should be able to kill that one. Tsukihime is kind of meh. There's aspects of it that I like. I thought some of the antagonists were pretty cool. Again, though, I think it has a lot of internal logic problems. And, a lot of the characters just are less to my liking. That's completely subjective, though. But there's a lot of stuff in Tsukihime that I subjectively don't like. But I still think it has a lot of the same problems like Fate Stay Night does too. I think Fate Stay Night is probably worse though when it comes to like internal logic problems and plot armor and that kind of thing. I'd say Fate Stay Night is definitely worse in that department. But subjectively, I just don't like Tsukihime nearly as much. I don't like the cast nearly as much. It does have a few characters that I do like, but there's a lot of characters I literally just don't give a fuck about them. Like, I don't, like, you know, hate them or anything, but I'm like, okay, they exist, great. You know, it's not very engaging for me, right? But yeah, this chair. The memes. We'll see how the remake is, though. Who knows? Maybe it'll be way better. Although I'm not really planning to rush off and go read it. I just don't care about Tsukihime that much. I really don't. Yeah, some of the antagonists were pretty cool. I like, honestly, some of the characters from Melty Blood more, which is kind of a, you know, side expansion, if you will, of Melty Blood. Some of the antagonists there were good, and there's some boring shit over there too, but... I barely remember the names of anyone in Tsukihime, so little I care about it, to be honest. Like, although I like some of the antagonists, I don't remember any of their fucking names. Like, that shows how much of an impact it left, right? I can't really... I remember, and for Melty Blood, I remember a few people, but the only antagonist I remember the name of from Tsukihime is Ro, but I don't even really like him. I mean, he's okay, I guess, but, let's see, what are we gonna do this turn? I mean, what I like, it depends on what we're talking about. Are we talking about video games, just stories in general, anime specifically, or like, it only has 4K health. Let's do, like, they can do 4K, right? This will totally work out. But for, like, books, my favorite book is probably No Country for Old Men, or The Count of Monte Cristo. You know, that's a damn good book, man. It's kind of a generic pick, but it's good. So yeah, those are, for books, those are definitely the two that come to mind. Would definitely be No Country for Old Men and Count of Monte Cristo. There's certainly some other ones though that I like. For anime, my favorite anime are like Baccano, Black Lagoon. Those are probably the top ones. Black Lagoon is some good shit, man. I like Code Geass a lot. It has its problems, it really does, but I really do like Code Geass anyway. I like Fate Zero a lot. You know, Fate Zero really is high on my list. I really, really enjoy Fate Zero. Very good story there. Let's see, what else is good in the... And although very few Gundam shows I would put on an objective list of and yes, I've seen Gansetsu, or the fuck you say it, I've seen that. But very few Gundam shows would I objectively say, wow, this is really good. But I really enjoy Gundam anyway, because I just like the you know, mostly the grunts. I really like the grunt suits in Gundam, man. They're awesome. But there are some Gundam shows that I have really enjoyed, and although maybe they're not masterpieces, I still think they're, you know, really enjoyable and stuff. The first time I watched Iron Blooded Orphans, I didn't like it too much, but the second time I watched it, I liked it way more, and I really do enjoy that show, especially because of the antagonists in the second season, which is kind of a hot take, because most people really dislike the antagonists of the second season, but they're the main reason that I actually like Iron Blooded Orphans. And like Gundam Wing is super flawed, but I still like it, but oh my god, that is such a fucking flawed show. Oh my god, there's so many things wrong with it, but I still enjoy it. I like 8th and S-Team. I like a lot of Gundam shows, you know, I really do enjoy Gundam, even though it is certainly a steaming pile of shit sometimes. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, if anyone criticizes Gundam, I'm not gonna act like, oh my god, how do you not think Gundam is like the pinnacle of storytelling? Gundam is not the pinnacle of storytelling. Like, it really isn't. There are though some Gundam shows that I actually super dislike too. Gundam has definitely got a mix of nonsense. Let's see, what's some other anime out there that I like? Let's see, which one of Robin is good? Kind of slow at the beginning, but it's good. Yeah, that's probably the dumbest part of Code. Well, actually, I don't think that's the dumbest part of Code Geass. I think the dumbest part of Code Geass is like there's a lot of little things in like philosophy in the second season. You can see a real shift because the first season, you know, Sunrise didn't care too much. It wasn't a big IP. It was, you know, just a thing, and so it was kind of able to do what it wanted to do. And then in the second season, it got more popular, and there was just a lot of things that you could tell was like the bigwigs behind the scenes trying to increase profits and stuff. You know, like a lot of character deaths became cop-outs instead. You know, just a lot of stuff with the second season. Although the second season is important and finishes the story and everything, but just you can really feel a shift in like the production of it in the second season, and it's a lot more like, you know, mainstream and like trying to not you know, mess things up too much, and kind of also just excuses to make more models and things like that, right? But yeah, I always thought that the first season with the whole Euphemia bit, it was fine for the plot to move that way, but they tried to do it way too fast. It was like, oh god, we have to get the X amount of plot into like 2 episodes, so it's just way too rushed, and so the whole reason for that massacre happening is stupid. That could have, and by all means, have a whole shtick where, spoilers by the way, but for Code Geass, but by all means, you can have a plot point where Lelouch is careless with his Geass and he doesn't realize it's gone out of control yet. Because, you know, I can buy that they had planned that the Geass would go out of control eventually, and you had the whole, that's like a thing throughout the series, and that's fine. But fine, that's totally fine. But it was so ham-fisted and quick and just like, that they could have done that way better. They needed more time, and you know, if you want to have a big tragedy happen because Lelouch was careless with his Geass and didn't, you know, and he loses control of it, and then, you know, realizes his responsibility and all these things, that's fine. But they did it in such a, you know, quick, silly way that it's like, okay, you're just rushing this. And yeah, it wasn't the best. Okay, this might be the real fight with Babbage. I don't even remember. I remember lots of attacks up. There's some kind of debuff or something. I remember to solo this, it was so helpful to have the attack up removal command code, but I don't remember why. So we'll kind of go in to see what happens. Did you use Martha for the next major caster fight? Sure, why not? Well, this is the next major caster fight, so Martha time it is. Okay. I want to say he taunts the minions or something like that. Yeah, I've seen Spice and Wolf. I always use Spice and Wolf as an example. I'm normally not too big into like slice of life or romance stuff. I don't, nothing against it. It normally just doesn't interest me very much. But that one is good. That's my exception to the rule that I always point to. I actually think that was a really good anime. It actually had good pacing, and it was more to it than just the romance angle, so it didn't feel so forced or shallow. You know, it had quite a lot of stuff. Yeah, my favorite character in that, by the way, is the giant wolf that you never learn the name of. It's like the other, you know, big bad wolf that, what's her name, Holo runs into, right? That guy, barely in the show, or the visual novel in the book, but it was just cool, man. Like, good shit. But yeah, that was a good show. Hot take again. I think the dub is better than the sub for that one, and not that the sub is bad, but the main reason that I think the English is way better for that one is Holo. I do not think Holo works very well in Japanese because her whole character is supposed to be, you know, acts kind of mischievous and light-hearted and everything, but is actually very wise and old and blah 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 blah. I think the English voice actress just got that a lot better, where the Japanese one just sounds, you know, fruity all of the time, and it doesn't work as well, but it's still fine. But yeah, I thought that was a good show. Very, very rare that I like shows like that, but it was good. Haven't seen it in so long though. I should watch it again. Maybe I'll fucking hate it now. You never know. Because that doesn't. Oh, and I remember, what was the antagonist? One of the. It was like the one lady that She was also a merchant, and she was kind of an antagonist. She was pretty cool. I don't fucking... All I remember is the main character's name, Lawrence, and then Holo. I can't remember anyone's fucking name. Too long ago, man. I mean, if people like the waifus, that's fine. You know, it's not really my cup of tea. I normally need more to it than that, right? But I don't care if people like, you know, waifus. It's fine. It's just like I like giant mechs. That's not a very deep thing. It's like, yeah, I like when the Zaku punched the GM in the face. That looked really cool, guy. You know, like it's fine, right? Another hot take, I don't actually like Studio Ghibli's movies very much. I really don't. Again, haven't seen them in a very long time. And I mean, like, I get why people like them. It's not like I'm gonna point to like a million objective things that make them terrible, but they're just, some of this is definitely a subjective feeling, but I think a lot of people can see what I'm saying here. I think they take themselves too seriously, and they think they're the deepest thing ever, and I don't think they're that deep, like, at all. Like, and I don't think they're like frivolous tosh, but it's like them acting like they're the. I just really get that vibe from them, where they're trying really hard to be like a thing, and it's not that much of a thing. And also, I don't like the art style. That's super subjective, but I've never liked their art style very much. It is objectively well executed, though, and I will very much give them. They're not lazy, they're not hacks, they're not charlatans, right? They put lots of effort into what they do, and kudos to that, and I can respect that. But I just don't like their art style very much, and none of their stories really ever speak to me. And do you like Evangelion? No, I don't. Almost everything I just said applies to that too, even more so. But here's the thing with Evangelion: I don't like any of the characters. At all. None of them. I dislike every fucking characters. The mechs look so stupid. And you can do, it's just so obvious that that show wasn't even meant to be deep. And that the last like 5 minutes they decided to try to, you know, make it more important than it was. And like the whole enemies, you know, being angels and everything, when they first designed them, they had no reasoning behind it, right? It was, it looked cool. That was it, right? And it's, I don't like the cast. I don't like the mechs. I think everyone acting like it's Rick and Morty. You know, it's just it's not my cup of tea. And the mechs look so stupid, dude. They're so lame. And then I remember the bad guy, like the prototype things at the end. They look even stupider, man. They're trying to be all like uncanny valley creepy. I have seen so many anime that do this. They try to make an antagonist or like a monster or whatever. They try to use the uncanny valley to make them intimidating and scary. But they just make them look stupid. It's like stupid is not intimidating, right? It's laughable. Like the Titans on Attack on Titan, just dumb, just fucking dumb, right? And their abilities are so contrived to make the universe operate the way they want it to, just terrible. And like Muluv was like that. Fucking just every time I see anime and visual novels trying to use the uncanny valley for an antagonist, I'm like, well. We're doomed. Now we're gonna have a whole story acting like these bad guys are just so scary and such a problem, and they look like a Picasso painting. It's like I'm sorry, but that's not interesting, and also it's lazy. They almost, because like if you look at like the Titans and Attack on Titan, they are such a arbitrary, contrived antagonist, right? And they don't, and they added backstory to them as they went. But it's so tacked on, and it's so just like forced and contrived, and the value they're trying to get out of them is just the uncanny valley, right? They're just generic bad guy that's supposed to creep you out, and instead of actually coming up with a good design, they just use the uncanny valley. Like, I have no respect for that kind of antagonist design, because I love antagonists. If you haven't noticed, big fan of antagonists in fiction and storytelling, right? And I think they're really important too. I think they can make stories so much better when you have good antagonists. They're super important because not only do they give you an obstacle and those kinds of things, but they give you a different perspective. They can, keep the main character's ego in check, right? All kinds of things. Lots of cool things antagonists can do. And when shows or anime or books or whatever use them in such a boring, generic, lame way, I'm like, what a waste. Like literally, what a waste. I don't really like Death Note, I'm not gonna lie. It's okay, again, it's alright. I don't hate it, but I'm not crazy about it. It's just kind of... I don't really like L or Light. I like the Shimigami guy. That's where I'm at with that. I didn't really care about either of those two. And, but yeah, the Shimigami was cool. There was a couple of side characters I thought were cool, but I never really cared about Death Note too much. It was okay. I don't hate it, but never got super into it. Okay, so I almost need an AoE archer, but the only one we have a Rosh, and I'm not sure he's gonna be worth bringing here. I mean, maybe he is. How much is Martha gonna let us stabilize, I wonder? I have the hiccups now, goddammit. I hate to use this one because this is not a good CE, but this account just doesn't have a good stand-in, so. Oh yeah, we have our own Martha. Do we double Martha? I'm gonna say yes. I have demonic. I do have demonic, but we'll do that. Gas, 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 gas. I think I might need more archers than this. We'll see, because Arash is kind of a meme here. Are there debuffs here? I feel like there are. I'm gonna at least bring Atlas. Although we have Martha. But Martha and Atlas, let's go. Yeah, I think Martha did solo this. I think that was the thing. And then now, I feel like every time I check in on anime these days, it's just isekai stuff everywhere. And here, okay, there's nothing wrong with the concept of isekai, it's fine. But they always use it in the laziest, stupid way possible. It never means anything. Like, I don't even understand. The concept is awesome. You could take, like, a Revolutionary War soldier and have them get transported to medieval times, right? Or vice versa. Or you could have a modern-day nurse get transported to, like, you know, feudal Japan, or what, like, there's so much you can do with it and have it actually matter and impact the story and be interesting, but they never do that! It's crazy! Every isekai, it's like, it doesn't even, it's irrelevant that they're from the normal world or some other world, it doesn't mean anything, it's just like an excuse for a self-insert, but you can do a self-insert without doing that anyway! So I'm like, it's so dumb. I don't think I've ever seen an isekai, other than like really old ones where it wasn't really a genre yet. But generally they just don't. It's just it's a huge elaborate thing to just have an easy excuse for a self-insert. Someone to have modern sensibilities, but to be in a fantasy setting. That's like the whole thing. But that's so boring and wasted. It's dumb. ReZero is such a mixed bag. I think certain aspects of it are unbelievably bad. I mean, unbelievably bad. Like the whole love story between, what's her name, Elizabeth, and I don't even remember the main character's name. That is such a bad story. Like that. There's other aspect, Amelia, whatever. Oh right, that's the meme. I like Amelia or whatever, right? Anyway, that story is trash. It's just trash. It's obvious that the writer predetermined that those two were going to be the main characters, and they were going to be the romance angle. And then even though the whole story was unfolding in a way where it makes absolutely no sense for them to have romantic feelings for each other at all, they just do. Just because. Even though they're like, it's so contrived. I mean, they have so much character development for both of those characters that say they should be going in the opposite directions, and they just don't because the story wants them to be together. It's awful, and that trickles into so many aspects of the show and make it really fucking bad. It is so contrived. But the giant whale was awesome. The old guy was awesome. The not caster Gilius was awesome. You know, some of the pacing is cool. You know, there's some neat aspects to it, and there's some, you know, interesting stuff about you know, like him remembering things but no one else remembering, and you know there's some neat stuff in the show. I don't hate it, but you know, it's got some real problems. Okay, so 51k, 27k, 27k we killed normal attacks. I mean, technically I can kill both of these with normal attacks. Got a Brave Chain. Oh, Zal with the good command code. Let's see if we can kill this guy right now. I just remembered these guys both have the same degree of taunt, so it's RNG which one you hit. I just remembered that. Damn it, we would have killed it. We would have killed it! David, what is the point of doing that? That ain't meta. Yep, okay, he's got like a defense up thing going on. Hence the defense removal being good. I think later he gets attack up. Could have Martha NP right now, but I feel like I should wait until these... Oh my god. I blame David for this. They don't have taunt anymore though. I completely wasted my time there. He guarded it. Oh, he had buff removal resistance. They thought this one through. I'm being played right now. Well, I feel stupid. Maybe I should have finished that other one off. I guess we'll see. Oh boy, Babbage is being annoying here. Maybe I should have healed there. Oh, that's what they do. And that's why attack up removal is good. Okay, I know what's going on now. She's having a bad time. Maybe I should have just NP'd, but if I can get it on the next one, that would be ideal. A little loud. Unironically, Carnival Phantasma is actually a good comedy anime. And I was very surprised by that. Anime normally struggles to do full comedy. They do better when comedy is like a side thing. And it being like a, you know, a side anime, like almost joke series, I would not have expected it to be. But it was actually pretty good, right? Like, I actually think it's good. Like, unironically, I think it's one of the better Fate stories. I mean, there's hardly any of Grand Carnival yet, so we'll just have to see. Right now, my favorite Fate story, though, is Fate Zero. I don't really want to rate Fate Strange Fake until it's done, because right now I really like it, but, you know, they could really fuck it up. So right now, I would say Fate Zero is my favorite, and then I guess Fate Strange Fake, and then probably Carnival Phantasm, actually. Please tell me that's not an RNG evade. Is that 3 turns or 10 hits? Holy fuck. Huh. Well, David has sure hit, but this is going to get annoying. Alright, you know what? I think Martha is going to NP then. RNG, don't fail me. Martha, can you do 27k? You have 2 attack ups and you give yourself Buster up. I'm worried she won't quite kill the... I don't want to just throw out David's NP because I'm worried we're going to hit an ad. She's NP3 level 100 though. And seriously, she's got Buster up and 2 attack ups. Yeah, oh no, she did plenty. I was so underestimating her there. He evaded everything. Oh, that feels good. Look at that. All those attack buffs, that giant art, or defense up, all gone. Can't get rid of this, unfortunately, but oh, that's nice. Ushi just hit forehead. $58k. It's not too bad. I wonder if it's just permanent evade, because we've never gotten through, so I'm wondering if it's... I'm either unlucky or that's just evade. There's no RNG to it. You've hit him 4 times, I think. Well, here's a good test, because we hit him 4 more times. I'm thinking it's just evade there. Well, we wasted Ushi's NP then. Don't worry, guys, we gave ourselves Stargin up. How does Martha have so much NP right now? I feel like I have not been favoring her art cards in the slightest. Well, I guess I did just do a Brave Chain. Excuse me. Don't kill David, I swear to God. We need that. David's making this a whole thing. Who's the better Arts Lancer? Lee, or however the fuck you say the welfare's name? Kind of depends on context. When he first came out, I would say Lee was behind a bit. He still had better burst, but then they buffed Lee, so they're honestly about even. They're still kind of, though, you know, she's more loopy, he's more bursty, and he has the greater ability to get through sure hit and invulnerability, right? Because he's got 2 things for it. But they're both good. They're pretty, overall, they're pretty close now. I think I might give it to Lee now. I think I would have, it used to be the other way around, but when Lee got buffed, I think he's a little bit better. However, a lot of it's going to come down to your NP rank, right? You might have Lee at NP 1, and you're going to have her at NP 5 because she's a welfare. And in that situation, I would say she is better. But, I think Lee is really underestimated. I think he's a really good unit. It's very easy to set up his wombo combos. He has very good normal card damage and gain rate and NP damage, and he has so much use for getting around defense stuff. Also, his NP just hits harder than hers. Like, just straight up, his just hits harder than hers. Because, one, it has armor ignore, and that's gonna be good. It's an upgraded NP. Then he's got the art up. Now, that kind of comes down, though, to... And his art up is 50%, for God's sakes. But it kind of comes down to, is he NP1, is he NP2, is he NP3? Like, if they're both NP5, I think he's better by a mile. Like, at that point, I think he's better by a mile. But if he's, like, NP2 and she's NP5, then it's like, it kind of depends. But he just has a lot of useful utility. Piercing vulnerability, sure hit, armor ignore, star bomb, 50% art up, crit up. I mean, it's just very good. But she's good too. They're both fine. She loops, though, easier than he does. Like, just straight up, she loops easier than he does. But as we've shown, we literally showed her off quite a bit, in a budget scenario the other day. And it's like, she's struggled quite a lot, honestly, on a budget team. Like, I think she's a bit overhyped. And I think that where that comes from is people see people using her with, like, the whale setup. And she's just a vehicle for all those buffs. But, if you're not doing that specifically, she's fine. But I don't think she's anything too great. But she certainly gets the job done. I mean, she has no problem killing archer bosses. Hey, Codmaster, thank you for the 6-month resub. Half a year already. One of the names I can actually say. How about that? Okay, we can remove the defense up, but he'll guard it. But I guess I want to, get rid of his guard, so I might as well. Maybe I shouldn't have done Uchi's. Yeah, they buffed Lee twice. They gave him the Star Bomb on his Piercing Vulnerability skill, and they upgraded his NP. And his NP's got the nice, honestly, this is something that's so easy to overlook. I've noticed this throughout all of my time playing FGO, but when I do this sometimes, and I see people just constantly doing this when they're evaluating units or making a guide or whatever, they just ignore NP effects. Especially crit down and defense down. They act like they don't exist. Every time Lee does his NP, he's essentially giving the entire team a 30% charisma for 3 turns. That is insanely good. That is insanely good. And people always overlook that. I tell you, I think the 2 effects that just get ignored the most, but only when they're on an NP. They don't get as ignored when they're on a skill. But if defense down and a crit down, people just act like they don't exist and they're not even worth evaluating into someone's kit. It's absolutely worth evaluating into your kit. Imagine increasing everyone's damage by 30% for 3 turns. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good. Even if they're in the back row, for God's sakes. Like, Lee can do that, someone else comes in from the back row, they also get the 30% damage bonus. That's really good. And I'm not talking about, like, this Lancer comparison specifically, I just mean, like, in general, that's really good. And, people, like with Ku, people act like Ku's NP doesn't do anything. It's like, no, it does defense down, and it adds up. Well, Ushi's dead. Feels bad, man. I could just Stella right now. I feel like we don't really need to, though. Maybe wait a second. Look at all those attack ups, though. Could have done the triple art, but I figure this will still kill and get, extra MP for the lower Martha. See, that's why I didn't want to use Stella yet, because it's like, it's free. That attack Babbage just did was just completely wasted, because he's gonna die anyway, so who cares if you attack him right now. I want to overcharge Araj, though. That was the idea. Okay, Knight's turn is the moment. Shame I can't target Babbage, because I could remove 2 of his attack ups. There really was not that much in the way of debuffs here. You know what? We're gonna cast both just for more defense down. Oh my god, Martha's at 98%. Fuck. Fuck. I wasn't paying attention. Well... We'll Limpy next turn. Thankfully, Arash didn't take any damage there. If Arash was like on death's door right now, I'd be kind of concerned. Oh, Babbage is gonna get so fucked up though. We do not care for the back Martha there. Okay. Bastard cast defense up. We got the remove, but he'll guard it again. But that means we get our other debuff, I guess. Look, more attack up. This is not how you're supposed to fight this boss, but I mean, it's working, so... Can Martha face tank this? Actually, now he got those extra attack ups, we probably can't. Uh-oh. And if I was gonna save a Martha, I should have... Oh, wow, no, never mind. Babbage, I don't even know what to say there, buddy. Did you not do your NP upgrade? Like, what are we doing here? Imagine having that much attack up. He would have invulnerability'd if he didn't have to NP. I've noticed this throughout playing FGO. It doesn't always work, but a lot of times if they're like designed to do a survivability skill at a certain health threshold, but they already have their NP, a lot of times their AI just like skips it. Like I've seen that so many times, where otherwise they'll just cast it every time no matter what, where a lot of times when they have their NP they just won't. But he'd probably cast it next turn, but hopefully he doesn't have a next turn, so... Should have put the art card last, but we should be fine. Wow. Okay, rip Babbage. That is a fun fight, and I think that fight is super fun solo. But man, it just doesn't have the right stat line for like a team fight. Like that was, and obviously we're using some stronger servants, but I mean that was, you know, I mean Gwaine is harder than that for God's sakes. But the mechanics there are really fun to deal with in a solo, I remember. But in a team setting, it's not that hard of a fight. And maybe you have to at least, you know, pay some attention, but there's not enough threats to your side. The hardest fight here, it probably depends on what units you have. I mean, that is such a thing that affects difficulty in this game, is what do you have or what are you willing to use. But the two fights that come to mind would be the Tuna Can fight, the main fight with him and Lily and the Dragon Bone Boy, and then I guess Ibuki. Those are the two fights that actually matter here. Am I forgetting any? Oh, right, there, Avenger Ushi's a fight too. That one's alright. I don't remember it super well, but that wasn't a complete pushover. Origin Bullet makes sense because the whole 10-hit evade thing. I mean, this isn't an event, this is a main story. Yeah, you already corrected it. Well, I said it like right before it popped up in chat, but you know, because of the time delay, you know, you got it. I don't think this is a serious fight. go with Max, who's Mordred. That's a very big Mordred. I know what I'm doing. In before this is a real fight and I'm gonna regret these decisions. Oh my god, that comment, dude. And that guy was serious too. That whole comment chain is insane. I could see there being some hard fights coming up in the Lost Belts. We'll see. Nasu is a big fan of difficult boss fights. He thinks they're, you know, good for video games, which I completely agree with. So he's always trying to put hard fights in FGO. They even said that they added blue cubes for the people that don't like hard boss fights. That's what they're there for. They said that. Like that's what they said. So it is funny though that people are always giving me shit for like saying that oh, that green guy just wants FGO to be Dark Souls. Meanwhile, Nasu wants FGO to be Dark Souls. Like, he didn't name Dark Souls specifically, but it's a known thing that he's a huge fan of FromSoft games. And after recently playing a certain game, that's when he decided he wanted hard boss fights in FGO, and that's why we have Gwaine and Tristan and all that in Camelot. It's like, he wants that too, right? Like, hello. And yet I get all this shit for it when it's like, it's so obvious that Nasu likes that kind of thing. And I always advocate, you know, optional. Optional hard content is good. You know, I get a lot of people play this game for my grinding, though. So you don't need to make the whole game. You know, this game does not need to be Dark Souls. It doesn't. You know, it'd be bad for Dark Souls to have optional difficulty. That doesn't work well for that kind of game. You know, that game needs to be handcrafted and everyone playing the same experience, right? That's important. But for a game like FGO, it's not. And it's completely fine if their difficulty is optional. I want to at least wait to Stella until I can overcharge it, and I can do that very soon, so... I really hate this opening hand, though. Way slower than it needs to be. I guess we can overcharge with Pawn. I just wish Mordred had gotten a AR card, because then she could have been beat. Oh, thanks Ibuki. Ibaraki. Also, holy shit, she almost killed a Rosh. I stunned the wrong one. I figured normally, I've said this so many times, normally the unit to this far side is the one that gets the extra action, but every once in a while they twink the AI and they make it this one. I'm not crazy, because I've said that in the past and people are like, oh no, it's always the far side. It's not. It normally is, but sometimes they're just like, fuck you, we're doing it different. Oh, the music is looping. Not that this music is bad or anything, but you know, I kind of want maximum overcharge for Mordred. Being a noob has really not because like yeah, this account's about a year old, but I wasn't actively playing it for that year. I always say what indicates like where an account is the master level, and we're like level like 120 or some shit. That's nothing. It's a in terms of the amount of stuff it's done, it has done very little. I can pretty much guarantee you this account has done less in the game than every single person in chat, aside from that That one guy in my chat that doesn't even play this game. You know who you are. Now imagine if I still had Mordred's third skill. That would be swell. Mordred doesn't even have a Buster card, but I want those crits. Chat, what do we have more faith in? Oh my god, David, you messed up the Star Absorb. I guess that makes sense though. David is a archer, and archers have pretty high inherent Star Absorb. I was gonna say what's gonna do more damage, the Buster crit or the NP, but now that we're not necessarily gonna crit, the 50-50 now. 60k. I'm sorry, 62k? 76. How about that? Oh god. NP1 life. She's probably dead this turn. Yeah, she doesn't have that many guts. Man, this is from Tales of Berseria, the music. I really want to play that game again. I only ever played it once. I never even did New Game Plus, and I never did the EX dungeon. I need to do all that stuff. I wish that game's combat system was better, though. I wish I liked the combat as much as, like, Vesperia's and things like that. The combat's okay, and you can do some cool shit in it. Like, absolutely. But the skill floor is so low. But that game had such a fun cast and setting and everything. I really enjoyed it. And I don't even know what's in the EX dungeon. I have no idea, and I don't want to know. I'll do it someday. Yeah, I saw Tales of Arise finally got a release date. I'll stream that when it comes out. I'll try to stream it day one. Why not? The combat does get better, but here's the thing. It has the lowest skill floor of like any Tales game ever. You know, any art can train to any art. Now, that's not always wise to do so, but that makes it really easy. You know, you don't have to manage TP. There's just not as many interactions and stuff. However, I do like the dodge system and everything. It's fine. There are good things about it, but it's definitely not my favorite combat system in a Tales game. Not my least favorite though. Definitely not that. Yeah, I love Darkest Dungeon, Arjuna. It's such a fun game. This is probably trash mobs. It's max hour. I wish we had Bedivere. Oh right, we have Karna, and I don't have to use 1 to 3 stars. I am so in that mindset right now. Always have to break it. We don't really need a rider. Well, Ushi gives some team support. It's fine. Dude, I hope they raid up Lantoria soon. We'll go for NP2 on this account. I don't have her on any of my accounts, and I normally wouldn't even try, but we just happened to get her off a spook. So I was like, fuck it, we're gonna try to make her a thing on this account. Oh, I need to bring Hans and Mirage. It adds up. Does this account have Angra? I don't think it does yet. Oh, yes it does. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. I got him on every single account, dude. I got him day 1, I think, on the 1 to 3 star account. Fucking ridiculous. How do you feel about Halo? Halo 1, 2, and 3 are awesome. Reach is pretty good, and the rest suck. But I think 1, 2, and 3 are super good. I enjoyed the shit out of them. And Reach is okay. I don't hate Reach, but it's not as good. And then, damn it, I wish I had brought Martha. I don't know what these debuffs are, but I could get rid of all of them. And it lasts forever, apparently. But yeah, the 343 games, I don't think are good at all. ODST is pretty good. I don't like it as much as the other ones, but ODST is pretty good. I like just the different perspective and everything, and the different, like, they tried something different, right? And you see the world from a different perspective, you have a different, you know, power range and everything, and that's fun. But I don't find it as fun to play as a lot of the other ones. But I still like it. I don't unenjoy it, right? It's a good time. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, PG. What's your favorite board game? Let's see. So thematically, my favorite board game is Blood Rage, but that game is balanced like crap, and once everyone knows the meta of that game, it is so boring. The first few times me and the boys played Blood Rage, we had so much fun, but oh my god, when you figure out the meta of that game, it is the boringest game on the planet. And if you try to have fun, you'll just lose. It sucks. But thematically, I love Blood Rage, but it's not actually a good game, unfortunately. I wish it was, but let's see. There's a lot. I mean, I haven't played that many board games. I've played a chunk, and like my brother is pretty into them, so I you know, he kind of curates them for me. And I've played several that I like. I'm trying to think if there's like a real standout one. Most of the games I end up really liking are not board games. Like, I like Coup. There's a game called Coup, where basically everyone has 2 cards, and those 2 cards are like, you can be an inquisitor, or a merchant, or a spy, a captain, a duke, right? And it's hard to explain that game, but basically all the cards have abilities, and everyone has 2 cards. But you can lie. You can lie in that game and claim that you're, oh yeah, one of my 2 cards is the Duke, so I'm using the Duke's ability. But you're lying, and you don't actually have the Duke. But if no one calls you on it, you still get to use the ability and do what the Duke does. But if someone says, you know what, I don't think you actually have the Duke, you'll lose one of your cards, and if you lose both your cards, you die. But if someone calls you out on it, like, oh, I don't think you actually have the Duke, but you do have the Duke, then they lose a card. And then you can also kill people by getting a lot of money and things like that. The mind games in that game are hilarious, and I find that game very fun. And I like, there's a game called Villains. That's a really fun game. Not balanced at all, but that's a fun game. I think I actually haven't played board games in a really long time because of COVID. So I'm kind of out of, I need a refresher on the board games that I've even played. There's a Camelot board game that I like. I forget what it's called, but it's like all Arthurian legend stuff. And there you have like a betrayer. One of the knights is a traitor, and they know from the beginning, but no one else knows. And it's a whole Shadows over Camelot. That's it. Yeah, I like that's a fun game. That's a good time. That might be my favorite. It's long, but it's pretty fun. What is going on in this stage right now? Why do I have no Karna cards? You know what? I'm gonna assume there's no more Lancers, so just gonna click the buttons. He's gonna Star Bomb for us here. Uno is supposed to be casual, but you know, that can be fun. Yeah, it's not supposed to be anything too in-depth. Checkers is definitely underrated, I agree with that. Checkers is actually a very interesting game, and it is way more complicated than people realize. It has a lower skill floor than chess does. but its skill ceiling really isn't that different. There's a lot more to that game than people realize. I've told this story before, but I remember a lot of people in my family were kind of chess elitists that kind of looked down on checkers, and I remember my brother used to feel that way, that chess was just so much better of a game and so much more advanced and blah 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 than checkers. And then he played our grandfather at checkers, our grandfather's like was a master of checkers, and he just got, I mean, bodied over and over. So he just kept playing his grandfather over and over and over until he beat him one time. But yeah, through that he learned that checkers is a lot more interesting than he had realized. There's some pretty serious mind games in checkers when people know what they're doing. And it is kind of glorious. Apparently this is an actual boss fight. Although in before it ends when you break a health bar, but we'll find out. The thing is, chess is a smart person's game to a degree. I mean, it's not as hard to get into as people think, but there's a lot of skill in chess. I'm not, even though I'm over here saying checkers is awesome, but like, chess is a very deep and interesting game. It really is. There's a lot to it. Anybody that thinks it's got a low, skill ceiling, go play a Grandmaster and see how it goes. That being said, I do think it is somewhat overrated to a degree, and it's also not, it's not even balanced. It's known to be an unbalanced game, and I have no idea why it has a reputation for like the pinnacle of game balance. It's not. Literally, white has a massive fucking advantage, and it is shown in the statistics. And a lot of tournaments actually have to do things to try to compensate for that. It is so weird to me that chess has this reputation for being like the balanced game when it absolutely is not. I should have used the attack up last turn. Between Babbage and Karna's damage, I think that would have broken there. Also, I kind of forgot Babbage had the whole crit thing going on. This is what happens if you're not paying attention. I do like, though, some of the ways chess tournaments have balanced white out. Not all of them do this, but like some of them do is the black player can switch to the white, they can switch the board after the first turn. So if the white player makes like the most meta opening move possible, the black player will just switch the board and then they'll probably win. So it encourages white to make their first move the most meta thing possible. That's not the way that everyone addresses it. Sometimes you play both sides. There's all kinds of ways people try to address the white favoritism. I'm not gonna bring in... Well, I might bring in... Yeah, I'm gonna do it just to remove the debuffs. I was thinking about waiting until the health bar was broken so Medea would stay untouched here, no debuffs, but... If this doesn't break here, I'm gonna be pissed. Damn it! Should not have switched in Medea, and that's exactly why. Now we're gonna be waiting for 3 years. I'm just restarting. I'm sure we're gonna win, but that's just so unsatisfying. Because now we have to wait so many turns. Like, oh my god. What a, like, weird stage, though. Like, the trash mob seems so out of place in this fight. I kind of want to try it with the same team, but there's no reason to use Karna. Like, the Lancers aren't actually a thing. If you're gonna use a Saber, use a support one. Let's try Caesar, then. That's kind of fun. Ushi's kind of bad here, but whatever. Should have brought Martha again though. It'd just be so fun to just remove those debuffs. They're pretty annoying here. There's a card game called The Mind. That's a fun one. I like that game a lot. It's very simple and it's not like some super serious game. But let's see if I can remember how it's played. Basically, I don't remember if it's played low to high or high to low. I can't remember. But basically everyone's dealt out, you know, a bunch of cards from the deck. And you're not allowed to speak. Like, it's against the rules to speak. You cannot talk. You cannot like single with your hands and like, you know, say I have like, you know, 7 cards or whatever. And so you're basically just dealt with cards that have a number value on them. And you're supposed to basically play them in order without talking to each other. But there's no turns. You're allowed to play whenever you want. So you try to feel things out. And like how long people wait if they're not sure when to play. And so then you think it's safe to play a higher card. And I can't remember if you're supposed to like go from 100 down to 1 or 1 up to 100. I think it's 1 up to 100. So like when the game starts, you know, whoever has the lowest card wants to play it first. But they're not sure what everyone else's cards are. So, you know, if you got the 1, you obviously just play it immediately. But otherwise you have to, you know, you might want to wait a minute. And the longer you wait for someone playing, it's kind of like a signaling, you know, I don't actually have the next lowest card, I don't think, right? And the longer you wait, the more safe it is to play a higher card. And you basically, if you play a 5 and someone else has a 4 or a 3 or a 2, you lose. Although actually, I think you have lives. Every time you mess up like that, you lose like a health. And when you run out of health, you lose. And then there's like you have like some kind of lifeline that I can't remember how. I haven't played that game in forever. COVID, thanks. But that's a fun game because you're not allowed to talk. You know, you have to kind of feel out like how quickly some players think it's okay to, you know, play X number and whatnot, and you have to get on like the same page, but without speaking. So it's just kind of a neat thing, practice mind game. Okay, so it's boss wave after this. We want to get our NPs. There's a board game I played on Steam, like the, you know, digital version. And the digital version makes it feel not that much like a board game, but the rules behind it are a board game. It's called I think Gloomhaven. That's quite a fun game, especially co-op. It's there's the way the turn order work is pretty wild. Kind of everyone decides what actions they're going to take at the same time, and then but there's a turn order based on like your speed or initiative or whatever. And so when you're planning out what you're going to do that turn, you really have to communicate with your teammates and try to not throw, right? It's really easy to get destroyed in that game. That's quite a fun one. And like the different classes just play extremely different from each other. There's a lot of synergy. Hey, Poi Poi, thank you for the bits, man. Except, you know, not the nickel, but 5 pennies. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can actually use Babbage like we're supposed to now. I've let these trash mobs do way too much damage to me, but what are you gonna do? Alright, theoretically, Babbage has a good chance at cards here. Deck just shuffled, and we got no cards there. Music knows. Oh, that's like almost exactly how I would have timed that in the video. Babbage got 1 card. Fantastic. Oh, we getting the crits now. Well, can Uchi do 135? I feel like Uchi can do 135. Let's have some faith here. I can wait a turn to debuff clear. Wait, shouldn't I just NP with Babbage first? Because he's AoE and he does defense down. And surely between the two of them, Hohenheim is gonna die. But I want to crit though. We can NP with Caesar next turn. However, NP with Caesar when he has that much overcharge is pretty cool because you make a lot of stars. Oh yeah, Ushi. If Ushi doesn't do 81k, I'm a fucking monkey's uncle here. Extra 100k there. Come on, Babbage. Easy. Look at it, loads of overkill. Who needs a Buster card? Well, there goes Ushi. Let's see. If only we had some damage up for Medea. Frickin' Hohenheim, dude. Don't you start with me. Oh lord! That's class neutral, unmaxed skills, no buff. Doesn't he have his own buffs? I think he had his own charisma. I think that was it. He didn't have his MP up or anything. Caesar, man. Medea who? We win here. Unless she comes back with a hell of a lot of life. Hans' work here is done, yep. That is not a lot of life. There's a real fight with her later, though. You have to take that one somewhat seriously. Actually, that might be soon. More boss fights here than I was remembering. Yeah, we're 129. This account's pretty... Like, it is completely accurate to call this a noob account because it is barely far... It doesn't have anything. This is what you would expect out of a noob. Look at this account. It's got, you know, a bunch of, like, 555 skill ranks. It has barely any servants level. It's like, oh, man. Like, imagine thinking this isn't a noob account. I literally can't fit all my max leveled servants in like, I can fit all my max level servants in one screen. Look, an unmaxed level servant is in this screen right now. And imagine if I zoomed it out. Like, this ain't it, champ. You know, this is pretty newbie. And ain't none of these characters got good skill ranks. I think the only one that's anywhere is like Herc, and even he's not 10-10-10. I wonder if Ku's 10-10-10. Always no, even he's not. He's close. Herc and Ku are at least somewhere. But I mean, let me look at this. Fucking 555. Oh man. 151. Oh yeah, we're really getting places here. 4 10 6. At least I prioritized the right skill there. I mean, this is. I mean, look. Even Robin doesn't. I mean, he's 666. Like, this is newbie as fuck. Yeah, I got all the fundamentals. That's because I'm not a fucking moron. It's noob account, not noob player. You know, a bit of a difference. You know, every account I ever make, I always level the fundamentals because I'm not out of my damn mind. Again, this account blitzed through the story. Like, we beat everything. Like, we're 129 and we're in 5.5. I'm level 129 and I'm halfway through 5.5, right? That's you know, meanwhile, the 1 to 3 star account, you know, is just crying. That's because of the craft essences, though, let's be clear. We're about to 130, though. See, what you do for that, Hergeblurg, is you let chat pick every unit that gets leveled, and you try to somehow get through the game anyway. The problem is that actually wouldn't be very hard because of supports. You can always summon a support that can carry the fuck out of you, you know, until Demeter. Literally until Demeter, you can do that, right? I guess that means chat will never level a rider, though. Like, they'll just never level a single rider. Just pick, like, that one class, like, nope, never get one of those. I feel like, even if you can't set up a solo, the thing is chat can't stop you from, you know, bringing a level 1 George or Leonidas, right? And then, because they don't need to be leveled. There's no investment that needs to be done. You can't, you're going to get them if you want to get them or not. And then even if you bring 2 other units, it doesn't matter. Like, let's say chat levels Hyde and Phantom, right? And then you bring, you know, a unit that's very good for soloing the stage, you'll probably still beat it, even though Hyde and Phantom are garbage and are going to completely be in the way. With the exception of a few really hard fights, you're going to be fine. Now, if I let chat pilot and pick the servants, then we might have a problem. What I think would be a fun thing to do is trying to lose. So you have chat pick the team, and their objective is to pick a team that you're going to win if you like it or not. And right, maybe the stage you're doing is not even super hard. You can make it a farming stage or something, or just a very easy boss, right? And so the Twitch picks the, like, you know, the strongest shit imaginable, right? And that can almost not be misplayed if you're trying to. And then the player tries their best to lose. You just pick the worst, you know, the worst things possible. You'd have to put certain rules in play to make it more fun, though, because otherwise the player would never cast skills, they'd never use an NP, right? There would have to be some kind of, like, after so many turns, chat's allowed to cast a skill, but only one, right? So it's kind of like a versus thing, right? So during all those turns, the player is trying to make it as bad as possible, and maybe even use skills to waste them, so then chat can't use those skills at good times, right? You could kind of, you give chat and the player resources that they're allowed to do so much per turn or something like that. Let me see if chat versus FGO still works, because I got a new computer and I think I need to set up some stuff again. I transferred all my OBS settings and everything, but I suspect that it's actually broken right now and I'm going to have to set it up again. Let's find out, though. I'll turn chat versus FGO on and we'll see if it even works. I have a feeling it doesn't work, but we'll see. Alright, if it's working, you should be able to click the screen right now, and I should be able to, it should pop up on the stream and everything like normal. But I suspect it's not working. Wait, actually, no, I gotta reset it. Hold on. Okay, now I think you can click. Oh wow, it's still working. I'm surprised. I really thought I was gonna have to change some stuff because I got a new computer. Huh. I'm surprised that's still working. But yeah, that's how you do it. Is you know, chat can just click dumb shit and vote on things. Although it doesn't seem to be working like normal. I think there's like a setting that I need to change, because it keeps clearing itself, and that's not right. And I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's not actually popping up on this screen. Although I think I actually have it set to a certain amount of clicks have to be in an area for it to appear. What's confusing me is like the stuff is just disappearing. That's what's confusing me. Normally it doesn't disappear. It's not supposed to disappear unless I tell it to disappear. But see, they keep going away. So I think something in my settings is wrong. Either that or just everyone is just clicking. I noticed everyone is clicking the main character's glasses, apparently, because, you know, that's the important. But okay, let me just turn that off now. Thank you for helping me test that, chat. That's nice to know. I wasn't sure if chat versus FGO would still work if I had to set it up again, but apparently it still works. So yeah, mobile unfortunately can't do it. I don't think. Gotta be on PC, which really sucks, because a lot of people watch on mobile because, you know, it's a mobile game, and also it's 2021 and all that. Is this a boss fight? I don't... It might be. You fight shooting quite a few times, I remember. We'll do... Got that music, though. We'll do this. The only thing that's bad about chat versus FGO is it takes a lot of energy from me, but it, which is weird. I'm not playing, but you have to keep it engaging, and you have to actually update the orders and make sure you're not messing anything up. There's a bit of management that has to be done, but it is really fun. I've thought about doing a chat account. I just don't know if it would work, because I don't, you know, chat, I feel like chat is going to do one of two things. They're either going to try hard or they're going to throw, right? And you need some kind of dynamic to incentivize them to do one or the other, or to, you know, whatever you're kind of looking for out of the account. Because, you know, if they try hard, it's boring, and if they 100% throw, it's boring, right? So you got to find the balance here. I think some kind of PvP thing could be really fun, actually, where, like, you know, either chat's objective is to win, and it's my objective to fuck that up, and you give, you know, me certain things I'm allowed to do, like once every few turns I can do X, or once per turn I can do Y, but I'm only allowed to do certain things, you know, only so often, or vice versa, where I'm the one mostly playing, and chat's allowed to fuck with shit every so often. I think that could be really fun. I'd have to sit down and really think about it to figure out what the rules would be, and we have to make some bot commands for, like, you know, exclamation point rules, and so people can, you know, jump into it and understand what the hell's going on. But I think that could be a thing. I think that could be a good time. The hardest part, though, about a chat account also is the farming, right? You know, the farming has, you don't have to do that much farming in FGO. You really don't. I mean, look at this account. We barely farmed anything, and we're at the end game here. But, you know, it's not only you have to do some farming, though. You have to do some, and also it's more fun the more options you have, the more toys to play with, right? Of course, you're gonna have a better time. So that would be kind of difficult to deal with. Technically, that's against terms of service, heard or blurred, but if it's an old account, I don't care too much. But the hard part about that would just be keeping, you know, the back and forth of having to transfer the account so much. You know, that could be a problem. And I don't like making someone do the work for me like that, right? If I don't like farming, they probably don't like farming either, right? And I don't want them to waste their free time on that when I should be doing it, right? It is a good idea, though, White Flag, to add some elements like that. You can even do a virtual dice roll. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I'll hit some ideas off like Cairo and my brother and stuff, and see what we can come up with. Because I suspect you could make something pretty fun, actually. This is where if you had custom elements, like you get in like DM modes of some games, or you know, just custom stages like in Mario Maker, where you could like add in things, right? And you could add in negative or positive effects to make a fight easier or harder, and you could have, you know, your own made-up rules dictate those things. That could be really fun. I think we fight shooting here. I remember fighting her on a roof, so let's try to kill these quickly, but then also get Shiba's NP. I know, I wish they would use the combat simulator for, I don't know, story replay. But I like when you can make your own fun and have a fun interactive, you know, like, being able to interact with your viewers like that, I think, can be very fun, right? And that's something I like about Genshin, because you can do hide and seek or racing or whatever the fuck, and that can be a good time. So I'd love it if FGO had more ways to do stuff like that. All we really have is a support system, which is pretty limited. So Karna is the only one that doesn't have his NP. So he can get it. I'm gonna have to take a quick break in a minute. It'll only be like a few minutes, but I need to take some medicine and a few other things. I can feel my allergies are starting to get kind of bad, kind of hard to breathe right now. Let's murder this boss, though. This shouldn't be too tough. Shiba might not hit too hard, but thankfully she's level 100. That helps a good bit. Interacting with fans, dance game, I know, right? Not sure why I'm acting like I'm gonna get a crit here. The odds are not particularly high. Do I use Caesar's first skill? I feel like she can. I mean, 186. If this was like Ushi, we're good, but this ain't Ushi, so we're not good, so we'll use it. She is level 100 though. Alright, Chiba, don't shame your class here. Actually glad the sound effects are bugged because that is such a loud. Oh god. When it's level 70 Ushi, just completely blows you out of the water. Oh, this balance. Like that is so silly. Uchi at level 70 does way more damage than Shiba. And Shiba had a lot of buffs there too. I'm gonna save Caesar because I want him to get his NP. Fuck, do we need to break this turn? We are so not breaking this turn. Do I use someone's NP to break? We make a lot of stars. However, if I do art card NP her Buster, she'll get her NP. Damn it, that's so lame, but it's probably worth it. Because if she doesn't get attacked, if she can't NP, that's gonna be depressing. I should have NP with Karna. The reason I picked Caesar is because of the stars, but Caesar does a lot of damage, so yeah, that wasn't right. Why did I put invulnerability on Caesar then? What am I even doing right now? Because at this point, I'd be happy if Medea showed up. I don't think we're throwing, I think we're just bad. We'll probably still win. It's not that hard of a fight. If anyone dies and Medea shows up, we're just gonna win right there. Although maybe she has hidden guts again. Oh, or just cast it. Although we can remove it, so joke's on you on that one. Let's give some kind of buff to Medea. Okay, there's no way Medea won't do 46k. I mean, she's got to attack up. I think the boss has defense down or something. Yeah, it's okay, we got it. Surprisingly close, though. Nice guts, by the way. 5.5 is kind of underwhelming, to be honest. It's got a few good fights, though. Like 2 or 3 that are like, okay, this is pretty good. And everything else is just kind of whatever. I don't think they need to do anything like character specific, like Edison doing story replay. They just use the combat simulator, for God's sakes. Like that's all they needed to do. Like most games just have story replay with no explanation, and it's just there. It's just, oh yeah, of course you can just, it's a game. Of course you can just play the game, right? It is so weird that we don't have it. Yep, Karna did more than Sheba, I saw. I think we're fighting her again. I think this is the real fight with her. This is the one that actually matters. Okay, I remember there are so many debuffs here. The question is, do I kill Hohenheim first or Shooten? It's going to dictate a lot of how I want the setup to be. Hohenheim is AoE, Shooten is AoE. I just killed the music on accident. I guess we kill Shooten first because she has so many debuffs. Kill Shooten first because I don't like her. I'm in that camp too, but I don't really like Hohenheim either. What would be a fun unit to use here? I already got a budget video of this, so I don't need to do anything budgety. What's fun? Why is it all Castoria? I swear to God. Give me like Plot Monk. I think that'd be fun to use here. Literally never used a good unit for this fight before, so... It's just all Castoria, man! God, it's because she's popular, she's OP, and they gave out so much free SQ when she was rated up, so just everybody got her. Now see, that would be super effective, but although it's 444 MP1, maybe not, but I don't like Ilya, so... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get on my main account and I'm gonna slot something. Give me a second. We could use Cersei. I feel like we use Cersei a lot though when we're doing... When we want to use a caster that's not shit, we almost always use Cersei, I feel like. However, I mean, she works, and she's excellent for this fight because she has debuff clear. You know what? I kind of want to use her just to know if she can pig or not. Do I even have Aerie added on this account? Let's find out. Also, we have invites, so we could see if there's any... Oh, man. If this was my main account, so I'd have, like, all the units to go along with them that I want, like, units with guts and stuff, I would do that so fast. I would do that so fucking fast. But I don't think this account has, like, the... Look at all these Castorias. Like, how... It's just so boring! God! Anyway, yeah, I don't think that my account, like, has the stuff that it would need to go along with that. Yeah, I guess you could use Herc, but we need buffs, right? We need, you know, Arna. We need, like, Hohenheim. Because Hohenheim has guts and the 3-turn stuff, so that'd be super helpful. Honestly, if I just had Hohenheim, that might be enough. We'll use that at some point, though. That's quite fun. Wow, this guy's got... Hold on, let me... What do we got here? I have never had such mixed feelings about an account before. Okay, well, you lost it. Don't ever fucking do this. Get that shit out of here. Get that fucking shit out of here. That it's so bad. Why do people do this? They're like trying to show off, look how fancy this unit is. I did everything you can do to make them better. And therefore, I put a craft essence on them that makes them suck. Like, a level 70 coup with Golden Sumo is going to perform, not quite, but almost as well as a level 100 coup with his Bond CE. It's that bad. You know, Golden Sumo is a big boon, and the Bond CE is a big negative, right? And so a lot of the bonus stuff, like look at your coup has got 11,000 attack. It is shit. Like it is shit. Like not only is it stupid to use Bond CEs unless you're Hercules or like Merlin or Mozart or something. This is one of the absolute worst Bond CEs in the entire game. It is so bad. It looks cool, but like no one's ever gonna summon that. Why would you ever summon a fucking level 100 coup with a Bond CE when you can summon a coup that doesn't have a Bond CE? It's so much better. And it's like, it's not a badge of honor that that you're putting up something stupid and also Bond 10. Who cares if you're Bond 10? Like, that's nothing. Like Bond 10 is like something everybody gets sooner or later. So like, who gives a fuck? That oh my it's, oh my god! Every time I see a 3-star with their Bond CE, I just like get out of here. Like you do all that work. You do all that work with the Grails and the 2K foe to offset their original rarity, and then you just go right back in the negative with the Bond CE. All the time, dude. All the goddamn time. Anyway, a lot of mixed feelings about this support list, because you've got level 100 Darius, that's awesome. And you got level 100 Ku, and that's awesome. But then you have a Bond CE on, and then you also have Jack, and it's not even in stage 1. And then we got Paris and Yang and all this nonsense. But, you know, people like what they like. We, I guess, have some taste in common and then some not. And then we got Ricky Boy here. Who doesn't like Ricky Boy? But Jesus Christ, fucking get rid of this Bond CE. It's so fucking bad, dude. It's so worthless. Like, dude, I remember back in the... I was so glad when I added Max, because Max had Babbage with a normal CE. You don't understand. I remember I saw so many people. I was actively trying to find a Grailed Babbage, because I really like Babbage. And every time I would see a Grailed Babbage, they would have his fucking Bond CE on, which is trash! Right? And it just makes him so crappy. It's like, well, I'd rather just use my level 70 Babbage with the real CE than this nonsense. And it's the same thing with Ku. It's just so fucking bad. Like, and it's just so common. It's so common. You see people do it all the time. When they grail a 3-star, it is so common for them to slap a Bond CE on them. And it's a complete waste of space at that point. Like, all that hard... And they don't use the Bond CE when they're playing. They're using CEs that make sense for whatever they're doing. And then their support list is just scuffed as fuck. Anyway, that's my Bond CE rant. I'm actually stalling because my main account was in the middle of a stage and I have to beat it before I can actually slot my caster, so thankfully I'm beating it right now. I did that, but I do that so often where I'll like, oh hey, let me at least start a stage on my main so you know I don't completely whiff all of my AP, and I just forget about it. And then when I need to jump on the account for like a unit or something, I'm stuck at the very beginning of a stage, and you don't want to cancel out of it because then it's a super waste. Alright, let's see. I don't even remember, what is my plot monk? There's no way she's 10-10-10 because I don't like her enough to like invest a bunch of gold skill gems. Also, oh my god, she's a 5-star, so she takes all that QP, so there's no way mine's like amazing, but I bet you mine's decent, and she's probably good enough for this. I do kind of want to try Cersei though, just because I am very curious. Oh yeah, I was supposed to check if we had Aerie added. I'm very curious if the pig works, because so rarely does it work for major bosses. We do have Aerie. I'll ping her on Discord and see if she can log in. Might be busy right now, though. Maybe we get lucky. Sometimes you can summon people that haven't logged in a long time, but it's pretty random. Yeah, I'd imagine the main reason I haven't leveled my plot monk skills... I think, let's see, what are they? They are... 9, 5, 4. I would imagine, and I have lures, so the 9 is just because I don't want you to spend the QP. Yeah, I'd imagine it's mostly QP and caster gems that I don't think they're worth investing. See, Hex is just shaming me right now. I got the better CE though, but we're the same NP rank, and his skill ranks are just better than mine. But I do got Golden Sumo, which is pretty nice. Although Aerial Drive might actually be better for her because she does double NP. So if Maniac's probably got me on this one. Let's see if it's level 100. If it's level 100, then I think he's got me on that one. If it's not, then it's no, yeah, it's okay. No, he wins. Okay, because mine's 100, but if they're both 100, I would say for her, Aerial Drive is better than Sumo. I would say. Okay, if we can't find Aerie, we'll use Maniacs. We'll see. How strong his... Oh, there we go. Oh, she logged in. Feels good. Alright, chat. Can she pig shootin'? Will it let us do that? Okay, Medea's good here because of the anti-debuff. That's a lot of no's. There have been so many vanilla fights like this where they're just like an enemy boss, you know, they're not like the major fight of the singularity or anything, and she can't pig them. But every once in a while she can. They're unbelievably inconsistent about this, so we'll find out. So definitely Medea at some point. Definitely Asclepius. Asclepius seems like a no-brainer here. I just realized we're doing Cersei and Medea. Ons is fine. Maybe we start like this though. That might be too much anti-debuff, but we'll see. Wait, no, Cersei is Buster. We need something for Hohenheim. Ushi makes sense. Okay, the enemy NPs are kind of a problem. Maybe I'll put David up sooner. We have like no one with hard survival here. Does this account have Caneth? I know it has Sunlight. I guess it doesn't. Well, good enough. That synergy on David is terrible. Some units it's the other way around, where they actually, because they have invulnerability, they'd rather have the evade, but David definitely likes the Caneth one. Let's go Starbomb. Definitely Atlas because of all the debuffs. Command codes would be such a help here because you can have command codes that remove debuffs, but I'm lazy and let's see if we can do it without. I see we have a poll for if the pig will work or not. This music is so unfitting for this intro thing. I can't believe you might think that like a lot of sound is missing. No sound is missing, only the music is missing. Those intros have no announcer and they have no sound effects. It's just music. It's pretty lame. Way worse than Shimosa. Okay, she's debuff immune right now, or at least mental debuff immune. Looks like one time for 3 turns. Let's see, I think Cersei's debuff clear is our 3rd skill. You know what, I kind of want to just use Asclepius's 3rd skill, but I should do that next turn. Okay, get rid of that. Wait, I could have just used Medea's NP. Fuck, I was all like, I was like, I want to make sure the pig doesn't get blocked, so I need to get rid of it. But yeah, Medea's NP would have just removed the debuff immunity. Although I suppose now I can overcharge Medea, which that's fine. I would rather overcharge Medea than Cersei. Wait, can't I just use Cersei's 3rd skill? Yeah, that's fine. And then I can use Atlas. Like already. That's totally fine. Do I go for another Medea NP or Cersei's? Cersei's is more damage because, you know, level 100 and all this stuff. But Medea will be a lot closer to getting her NP because it's Medea and we're overcharged. Yeah, we'll go with Medea then. Can we pig? Nope. I like how we remove the debuff immunity and I'm underestimating Cersei's damage. That was a completely pointless rule breaker. Although she basically got her NP back, so it didn't really matter too much. Why does this game hate Cersei? Oh, that's annoying. Believers lol feels bad. Well, we're NPing more. That I don't understand. I just don't understand because you could bring Scath and Scath gets, you know, her anti-divinity and she'll get to stun and she would have broken that health bar too. It doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, Medea's damage though. Kind of wasting the heal a bit, but I want the debuff guard. Although she has debuff success chance up, so unless this is rank 10, I'm not sure that's gonna be enough to actually stop it. I do wonder if she was a 5-star, Cersei that is, if they would have been more okay with letting Pig actually work on a lot of stuff. I do wonder about that, or if they would have done it anyway because they just fear it that much. Only guarded the charm, didn't guard any of the poison though. I wonder if she has poison chance up specifically. I think I should have waited a turn to do that, but those dots were getting kind of scary. How's your day going, chat? Have you successfully turned your opponents into pigs? Has that worked out for you? I like how she only attacked Cersei, so Cersei got double attack down. Thankfully, this came back. Look at all this anti-debuff we got. Can she do the damage? I'm gonna be so pissed if I get Medea killed here. I'm gonna have faith. We got the fence down. I should have paid attention to her damage earlier, but I did not. I have a feeling we're gonna be a little short. Why can't I pig you? It'd be so good here. Oh. Well, how about that? Yeah, this team is thematic as hell. We're all Greek, and we got, you know, Medea and Cersei, obviously, and you could see Asclepius hanging out. It's also working pretty well, I would say. Okay, chat, can we pig Hohenheim, though? I don't think they consider him the main, quote-unquote, boss here, right? I think, they consider shooting the important one. So maybe, you know, you can pick that one. That's so much no. All right, chat, let's get it. Let's get a prediction. Let's give someone a chance. Let's give someone a chance to make some points back. We've picked a few major bosses before. It's not like they never let you do it. But what about Hohenheim, boys? Let's get that prediction thing up. The betting, that's what they call it. Betting. I'll wait a minute to actually throw the NP out. So if we can pig, we don't need to do invulnerability. I guess we don't do invulnerability because really we should just let everyone die and have Ushi show up. If I had known that Cersei was going to be... Oh, hi, Ari. If I had known Cersei was going to be this effective here, my back row would have been nothing but writers. But, Ari, check out this super thematic team, by the way. And they absolutely kicked Shuten's ass. It was great. You know what? Just because Cersei is like the theme of the team, let's see if we can save her. But wait a minute. If she pigs and I invulnerability, I kill myself. But if she doesn't... Okay, so what do I think? What do I think? Do I think she can pig Hohenheim? Okay, because he's a side boss instead of the main boss here, I think that increases your odds of being able to pig him dramatically. However, they may have been lazy and just like, yeah, just no, you can't pig the boss at all, and they just both blanket, flip the switch to no. So DW lazy versus what makes sense. I am so... This is tense, man. Like, do I invulnerability or not? I'm gonna say DW was lazy, and they just blanket applied to the stage that you can't pig them. So I'm going to invulnerability. Now, the really smart thing to do would be to NP next turn, but that's pansy stuff. So we'll go in hardcore here. Could have done the Buster Chain, probably would have been better. I'm impressed though with Cersei's performance here, but Ari has really upgraded this Cersei, so... Nope. Of course not. Can't even pick a side boss. Can't even pick a fucking side boss. He doesn't even have gimmicks. He doesn't even have gimmicks! I mean, he has a gimmick where when you break his health bar, he gains like 3 ticks of NP charge. But he already had it. You know, Shun's over there with loads of gimmicks, right? He had like lots of effects and stuff. Oh, Hohenheim has nothing. But Hohenheim gets to be immune to pig too. That's so stupid, dude. It's so stupid. I'm glad I invulnerability'd Cersei though. I want to see if I can save her. If only Ushi wasn't the final unit, but the only rider is Ushi, so we're kind of in trouble here. Black Grail's gonna come back to haunt us, I feel. I can taunt. I feel like she won't die this turn. I think Hohenheim only has 2 actions per turn. David going in though. I'll take these crits. That's a huge help because our NP gain is really bad. Okay, I think we taunt now. And then we'll do Qingong's second skill. I'm gonna give her... No, we'll save the Buster up. She's got this. As long as I get my NP here. I don't mean here specifically, I just mean in general. I knew I was gonna get it there. I've learned, I've used Cersei enough to know that I absolutely was not getting my NP there. We're only 5 short. Just don't kill Cersei this turn and we're good. Already did Cersei here. And pig didn't work, so I cheated. I mean, you know, if you know, you know. What are you gonna do? Alright, we've got attack up, we've got defense down, we've got Buster up. Got Black Grail, we're level 100. Super high NP rank, I think we're NP 5. See the damage. Put Medea to shame. I gotta say, it's pretty good. Although without Black Grail, you know, then it's a bit less good. But still, Black Grail just makes sense on her. I think it really synergizes with her well because it doesn't hold her back much. And it really doesn't feel that bad using her battery skill on turn 1. Like, it works. It's kind of like how you do that on Medea a lot. So, you know, that's... It's a good route to go with her. Just imagine if she actually pigged, how good of a unit she would be. Like, especially if you invested in her. Because her default damage is pretty bad, but still. I bet you Aerie used Cersei there and laughed at that stage because she's got the damage and you got the team-wide debuff clear. Like a lot of, I like that team though. That was we had so much anti-debuff. We had Atlas, we had Cersei, Medea, and then Asclepius is loaded with anti-debuff. I did, yeah, I figured. Good times, dunking on shooting. I don't feel bad about that at all. I am totally okay with this. We're getting close to the big boss fight though. I think it's a real step up in difficulty. The tuna can fight, very noticeable step up in difficulty. That one and Ibuki are the two that definitely matter here. And I would say the Limbo fight matters, but not as much as those two. It's probably 3rd place or even 4th place. Good old Foles Kid Gil. That's pretty upgraded nowadays though. You know, why not? Let's Kid Gil some things. Wait. Is this the actual fight? That's Caster Saber. And isn't the Dragon Boy a Saber? And he gets summoned too, so I don't know if he counts. Oh god, this might be the actual fight. If it is, we need to be more serious. Okay, we'll try. We'll go in with kind of a whatever team, right? And then if this is the... I'm hoping this is like a preview fight with them and not the real one. If this is the real one, we're fucking dead. Like, we're so fucking dead. Unless we bring like Herc, but what were the gimmicks here? I remember the Dragon Boy was like the worst thing ever. I don't think Vol is even awake right now. Let's see. The Dragon Boy drained your NP on attack, and I think he gave you a pretty sizable attack down. I think that was his thing. Medea, I don't remember what her gimmicks were. Tuna Boy... Like, when he attacks, he would apply a random buff to himself. And so when he's the only one left, he attacks a lot, and he applies a lot of buffs to himself, and that's super annoying. But there was some... I want to say he takes less damage until Medea dies. He is killable first, though. I remember people were saying, oh, you can't kill him first. You absolutely can, and I did it on one of my ult accounts. But, he had, like, damage resist until Medea dies or something like that. I use Kid Gil from time to time. He's just very hard to work into teams these days. Okay, I guess we're gonna try killing Medea first. Yeah, I think he gets damage cut, but it's like random. Whenever he attacks, he applies a buff to himself. But then I think he just has damage resist all the time until Medea dies. That's what that's what I think is what it is anyway. Let's try to not use Herc. I think I'm forgetting some gimmicks here. I remember this being a pretty nasty fight, honestly, if you weren't using big supports and stuff. Hey, Bone. If this is the fight, there's no way Kid Gil's gonna work. There's no way. But it may not be the fight. I'm hoping this is like a preview fight. But we'll find out. I definitely feel like I'm forgetting something very important right now. I want to say on my main account, I started with like Ushi, Ricky, and then just cleaned up with Archer stuff. Off memory, that's what I did, I think. I don't remember why, but I remember the ending is rough because when Tunican is by himself, it's nasty. I definitely remember that. I might want to slap out some command codes. on my archer units. I think those are the ones that it's gonna really matter on. Let me look at command codes real quick before we do this.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだね、マスターくん。地道にコツコツやる?
Always good. I want to say there's like an evade thing at the end or something like that. Well, David has sure hit and so does Robin, although only when he's got his third skill up. Where's Billy when you need him? Not leveled. That would be the answer there. What do I got here? I don't have the Pearson vulnerability or sure hit one, although one of these might have sure hit randomly that I'm forgetting. I know Orion has sure hit, and then Katana has Pearson vulnerability, but there's probably another one out there somewhere. I may be crazy though. Do I got the universal one? Yeah, I do. That's a safe thing to slap on something. This is a good command code. Why is this a 3-star? Seriously, why is that a 3-star command code? It's so good. Thankfully, 3 stars normally get added to the Mana Prism shop down the line. So that means eventually anybody can get this at any point, so... It only works on art cards. That's why it's a 3-star. I'm glad you said that because, I would have totally fucked that up otherwise. Don't read the moon runes. That explains why it's a 3-star though, because it's like a niche thing. Do we have a debuff clear one? We should, because anybody can get the debuff clear one now. It's in the, did I not buy it? It's in the Mana Prism shop, for God's sakes. The fuck? Hold on, let me go check. It's either equipped to someone and I'm just out of my mind, or I didn't buy the damn thing. Why didn't I buy this? Like, what the hell? It's so useful. I'm out of my mind, apparently. It's just mana prisms. Like, I'm really glad they made that one universal though, because it's so helpful in specific fights. Like when debuffs are a big thing. Joan of Arc's buff is good. I mean, I don't know, it's just a universal damage. You know, works with any card type. But it doesn't make her like way better because you don't normally bring her for that anyway. You know, she's never going to replace Castoria or Merlin or Scatty for like that kind of thing. But if you bring her for that insane survivability, she on the side's like, oh hey, I got some damage support as well, you know. So, very good. She was very good before. Everyone acted like she was a bad unit. She was not a bad unit. She was incredibly strong before. And, yeah, Castoria was probably better overall, but that doesn't mean Joan of Arc's bad, right? And now she's even better. So, yeah, she's super good. I guess Ushi's kind of important here. Oh, yeah, faux pas. Wow, I have that many. Goodbye, QP! But it showed 2 million at the bottom. That was only for one of them, and I used 11. So, yeah. And they start becoming more expensive. Yeah, now they're 4 million. So I just absolutely wrecked some... you might ask why this account has so many faux pas. It's because this account made it for that event where they gave out a bunch of faux pas. It was actually around for that. So it caught up a bit. I keep clicking the wrong button. That's the one I wanted. What the deep? Well, I can't decide if I want the debuff clear on my early units when all the bullshit is happening. I don't even remember if there are debuffs at the end, so I'm gonna put it on Ushi, I think. Does David even have slots? He does. Oh man. The legendary art. The thing about this command code is it's not very good, but at least it always has the chance to do something. Right? It's never gonna just completely, well actually it can completely whiff and do nothing, but it always, no matter what the context is, it has a chance to be useful. So that's at least something. Where there's a lot of command codes out there that it's like, yeah, if their niche isn't in this fight, they just don't do anything, so they're not even worth. I am so worried that even if Ushi gets a costume, I'm just not gonna like it. Because she'll probably never get a costume again. And it's such an opportunity, because I don't like, you know, her default clothing. But if she just gets like a boring yukata, or just some other nonsense that looks stupid, or more blender clothes, right? I'm just gonna be so fucking annoyed. But time will tell. We'll see what happens. We don't even know she's getting one for sure anyway, so we'll just have to see. The boss is male at the end, so. There's no way she's getting proper armor because that's not the theme of the event, so. It's gonna be some kind of casual wear. I really don't like yukatas. They're just not my shtick. And it's just so boring, and they've done it for so many units. If they do it again, I'm just gonna... Besides, she's like jumping around in her animations and everything, it'd be kind of weird. The Blender accident part 2, yeah. We'll see. Alright, try number 1. If this is the actual main boss fight though, we're probably gonna have to not use Kid Gil because it just doesn't make any sense here. Although he might work as a cleanup unit, but at the beginning you want to really focus on the rider stuff. Yeah, I like Nito's costume, that one's pretty good. I'll actually use that one. I don't use Nito much at all, but only leveled her recently, for crying out loud. I really should turn the music on at some point for me to show how bad these are, because a lot of people think they're bad because the music is off. Nope. It's, I don't know about a lot of people, but it's some people. Like 2 guys. Anyway, nope, this is the real fight. Fuck. We are so not ready for this. Dead men be we. Well... I gotta look up Kid Gil's charm. I know they buffed it, but okay, it works on humanoid. I'm not sure Dragon Boy is a humanoid. He is definitely the one that I would want to charm, though. You could charm... He's the damage dealer. Charming him's fine. His magic resist, though. It's only 100% chance, so you have to deal with the magic resist. Could wait until he has his NP to just delay his NP. I feel like I should use it now, though, because it's so many turns. And he guarded it. What's his magic resist? God, I fucking hate this game sometimes. Yeah, they added so many sabers in a short period of time. His magic resist is A. Why is it always A? But that means I had an 80% chance for it to work. This game, dude. At least he attacked our archer, so he did very little damage. Oh, right. That's a thing. Got my NP, and then my NP was drained, so we lost it. We're not removing much in the way of debuffs, but it's a good turn for the heal. Yeah, I like Rama. He's pretty cool. Now, if only they'd add his wife to the game. Okay, we broke. That's good. Sadly, all the damage we just did. Oh my god, fuck you, game. Oh my god. Well, we learned something. If only Kid Gil did a little bit more damage. Ugh, I knew she doesn't have her quick up, but she should still kill here. Good try, Hard Blard. Dude, the skeleton could be dead right now. Well, Kid Gil's in debuff hell. Her buff removal is actually awesome for Robin, but I don't think I can get them out at the same time. I could save Kid Gil and I could art chain. It's probably not worth it though. I think we just need damage. Okay, this lasts for 2 more turns. Is the heal forever? The heal is forever. We didn't have all that attack down. We could have done some serious damage there. Well, I was really hoping that would hit Ushi, but nope. Ricky's not gonna really do anything here. Gonna need to change that a bit. I wish Martha was still alive. Having the buff removal for Robin would be so good. I literally did not care if the poison landed because we have our poison command code. I wanted the attack down. But of fucking course, that doesn't work. Game, please. We're gonna lose. We're just the team is just set up wrong this time. Yeah, we're not even gonna be close. Unless David really surprises me. We don't need an archer in the front at all. I mean, lore-wise, Rama is stronger than Tunican. It's not even comparable. It's just gameplay-wise it's not. But lore-wise, Rama is significantly stronger. I don't think they even meant it. I don't think they were intending to make Tunican Rama but better. I don't think they were looking at Rama's kit when they made Tunican. They were just making, hey, here's like a crit NP whole setup thing. And they're like, wait a minute, this is basically Rama but better. I can get through the evade. It's kind of a waste this turn though. I would have really liked to have used that next turn because I could evade the skeletons NP. I guess the dream is somebody dies and David shows up. At least they buffed Rama though shortly after. It's kind of obviously realized it, and as long as Rama's now close. Rama's buff was nice, but he's still behind Tunican. But if they buff Rama again and they give him a nice skill buff, I think he'll be totally fine. I mean, he's good now. It's not like Rama's unusable. He's completely usable, but it's just inferior. That's the thing. And in a pretty direct way. It's not like, you know, at least they're apples and oranges in this one area. They're really not. Attack down, please. Honestly, if we had buff removal, we'd be fine, but we're gonna get really wrecked by, if we kill a skeleton, he just gets so many actions per turn. It's a real problem. Maybe I'm underestimating Robin, but we got all. Robin could get NP'd here, and then we still have a health bar to get through. So at least David has sure hit. David having sure hit might bail us out at the last second here, because I think we're going to have a turn on his last health bar where he's like lol evade. 248. Oh, right, and he gets guts and he comes back with like so much health. Yep, we're not even close. We gotta change some serious stuff. We need no art from the front though. That was super pointless. Boy, Ricky boy, he never had 50% life to use his second skill, and then David just gets slammed here. I think when he dies and his guts goes off, he comes back with half health, and then he gets MP charge. Well, we super lose. Oof. Yeah, we weren't even close, honestly. I need to put Martha or something in the back. We need some kind of buff removal, set up damage. Or buff block. Somehow Robin lived, but there's no winning here. Because now he has damage cut every turn. Kind of a problem. And when he dies, he comes back with a bunch of health, so... They don't need to buff Robin, but I think at some point they're probably going to. I do. At this point, with the state of the game, I think they're gonna buff him at some point. Probably his MP. You can see that. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it, but he doesn't need it. Okay, let's make this team a bit better. Well, we have to summon something. I'd actually like to do it with no support if I could, but they're not going to allow that. Could just summon Hans or something. Oh my god, why do you have to watch this again? That's ridiculous. There is that. We'll just use one David then. We'll just... Why not? I mean, it's available. Let's see. What do we want to do here? I wonder if that's good enough to get Medea out of there. Or if we need some help. I didn't mind Martha just because the defense down buffed the team and they have to heal to stabilize and all that kind of stuff, but having Martha in the back I think could be really helpful. I wish I had the cane. I almost said it. I wish I had the cane thingamabob because of this whole sure hit thing. It'd be good on Martha. I need more, like, oomph. Maybe I do use David just for the charisma. I need, like, guaranteed damage for the team when they hit Medea. David doesn't do a lot, though. He really doesn't. Because the boss has sure hit, and we're not going to be attacking the Saber first anyways. Could do Caesar. Well, he'll at least protect us against normal card damage. It's either that or, like, just Asclepius for the battery, and you can move the attack down if it's at a bad time. Doesn't help your damage at all, though. Hans helps your gain and then can help your damage, but it's certainly not guaranteed. Do I have Clown Boy in this account? He's legit not bad here. I do not, damn it. Buff block's pretty awesome there. I just want Martha to live to use her buff removal on a good turn. Just land the attack buff, forehead. I don't honestly. I don't think with the way the game is now, it'd probably be fine for Robin to have his original, you know, NP nonsense because of break bars. The whole thing that Robin did before isn't that big of a deal anymore because of break bars. But back then, it was a big deal, so that's why they nerfed it. Also, it was probably not intentional. Although it's hard to say because you know the original tooltips, you know, don't really. Everyone's used to reading the wiki and thinking that's the official everything, but that's just, you know, the data mine. That's it's not really clear how they wanted his NP to work. I don't think they wanted it to work exactly how it did, but it wouldn't have shocked me if they wanted it to work with any debuff. But I don't know how it was worded back in the day. But yeah, it used to be extra damage per debuff, which is ridiculous. Where I think what they probably wanted was just it got the bonus damage if there was a debuff. I'm assuming that's what they probably wanted. And now it's just poison. And it doesn't stack because, you know, that's a little much. I should not have done K-Scope on Ricky Boy, but too late now. I guess I could have art things there. Wow, they only attacked Ricky and he got busted and he's super fucked up now. Thanks, game. Well, we'll have our NPs here. I'm not sure Ricky's gonna live, though. I was wanting to NP with Ushi first, because her quick up's gonna wear off. But Ricky's the one on death's door now. Thankfully, he has 2 defense up and a heal. Can you all seriously attack someone that's not Ricky? Like, they've never attacked anyone but Ricky. And now he has double attack down, although I can remove it. I wanted to save it, though. Oh, God. See, Ushi will have the attack buffs next turn. She'll lose the quick up. It's only 100k, though. I think we actually have Ricky go, then. I wonder if Ricky can break with the double attack down. I think they're 20% each. I should have saved the taunt for the boss's NP. Oh my god, I should have saved the taunt for the boss's NP. That would have been so good. Well, I could have Ricky blow himself up and that would definitely work, but it's too soon for Robin to show up, I think. Although Ricky might die anyway. I'll remember that if we fail to save Ricky's taunt for the boss NP. That's like so much value. That was close. So I could have given Ricky Hanzo's skill. There was no need to give it to Ricky. Doubles. Yeah, and Ricky could NP again if we had. Maybe he lives. Double sure hit. Well, in case the side mob hits her. Problem with suiciding is it increases the odds that Ushi will get hit by the NP. Oh, it doesn't matter that much, I guess, if that happens. Won't do much to him because of his damage resist, so I guess we hit this guy. We still have double attack down though, so we're not gonna do too much. I want to art chain. Hans happens to live, he could get his skill again. Feels bad having Ricky Boy do his suicide move when he's got double attack down, so it's like really eating into your about 29k. How big is that attack down? Like, what the hell? That must be a pretty beefy attack down. I wonder if it's 30% then or something, because then it'd be 60 if you have two of them. Damn it, and that means the other one's gonna hit Hans. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have killed Ricky then. Because then Ricky might have been hit by it. Yeah, that was terrible. That's super bad. And Ricky did nothing. I mean, he did 20k, like, big whoop. Still 2 turns of the sure hit, man. Get that damage cut though. RNG is not being kind right now. I might not use Atlas. Heel's looking kinda attractive right now. If I could NP, this would be a great turn for Martha's third skill, but I don't have an NP yet. So, the buff removal would not help our damage right now. But it would get rid of all that crit nonsense that he's got. He doesn't have, yeah, we'll do this, because he doesn't have his sure hit right now. And if he casts sure hit, that wastes one of his actions, and that's not so bad. I think we're gonna lose again, though. We lost so much. I really fucked up at the front row. Like, killing Ricky Boy was super wrong, because I literally lost all 3 units at the same time, and that's not good. Because this guy's essentially got 4 health bars, because his guts is basically another health bar. And then he gets a full NP charge when he dies too. And then with all the damage cut and stuff, you really get slowed down, so... I don't think we got enough gas here. Okay, now is a good time. Now is a really good time for this skill. He guarded the defense down. What a bastard. Let's see. I could do a buff removal for the attack down, but it's Robin, so he probably doesn't need it. I mean, it is a big attack down, but we have a attack up. We do not have the defense down. I think it's okay. I might use I'll wait and see if Martha's gonna live, but if Martha lives for a bit, I'll use Atlas on her, probably. Could have art chained with Martha, that wouldn't have been too bad. Magic resist is so fun indeed, great and engaging mechanic. Fuck, I should have gotten rid of that attack down. What is with that attack down, dude? Like, what the hell? That is crazy! We did 98k and we removed his defense up and damage cut. Yep, should have removed it. I thought I'd be fine anyway, but no, because now he's gonna damage cut most likely. Yep, there's the damage cut. Now we can't hurt him. Fucking Christ. Maybe we get crits here. We'll use our third skill. Might be able to punch through with a crit. I want that art chain though. Oh my god, I want that art chain. But we gotta break this health bar. We did almost nothing there. And he gets damage cut again. So fun. All of this because I didn't remove the debuffs. Yeah, I really threw there. I really didn't think I like seriously, I just absolutely did not think I would fail to break there. God, that's lame. Yeah, no, defense remove does not work on damage cut. People get confused because defensive buff removal does, but defense removal does not. We need to get a bit more value out of our front row. I almost want to bring an archer instead of Hans. We only, like, Hans did good, but that was because we got bad luck. If you get good luck, you don't actually need Hans. I kind of want to bring an archer just so they can potentially do something. The thing is, you have to wait, though. You have to wait because the damage cut lingers a bit. Let me check something with Martha. Oh my god, I hate these stages that make you go through this stupid cutscene every time. Then there's no point for it. Like, it's such it's rare that they make a stage like that, but Givenchy, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I don't have Martha's mats. If I could get Martha's buff removal to 10 and then use Atlas on it, that'd be a big help.
そろそろクエストに戻る? I'm almost thinking about getting rid of Atlas, but I'm not sure. Like, we want some oomph. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some bread and water.
Ah,
こちらヘカテの恵みです。頑張りましょう。
Alright, I'm back. Okay, what's the plan here?
Imagine using double Gilgamesh in a fight where the enemy's not a servant and you're not supposed to AoE. Like, makes so much sense. I almost wonder if I could break if I crit here. Probably not. Critting is still good though because NP gain. Oh my god, my skill ranks aren't maxed, so I don't make as many stars. I done goofed. That'd have been fine if I already had a few stars made, but that was turn 1, so I didn't have nothing. I mean, just crit with the art card. It's good enough for me. Perfect. Maybe I should have done Ushi's quick card because if she gets NP drained, we're gonna need the extra. Hey look, she got drained and now she doesn't have her NP and the deck just shuffled and she has no cards. Awesome. The good news is Ricky might be able to loop, although his skills aren't maxed and he has a CE that doesn't help with looping, so I'm not sure. Yeah, a forced story support's not free to play. That Gilgamesh comment though, that one is real, and like I've seen that guy talk enough that I know he was not trolling. That one is kind of scary. Well, Ushi's doing basically nothing right now. We could suicide again. That didn't work last time though, but he might die this turn anyway. But I'll still wait. I swear Ushi's going to NP at some point. Imagine if Ricky Boy was 10-10-10 and had a good craft essence that helped him loop, and then he was grailed and all that good stuff. I should have done his second skill there though. I mean, fuck! Yeah, he died anyway. Yeah, I could have just killed Medea. She now has 52k life. Great. Well, this is bad. I just have to... I can't use my invulnerability here, like we're so screwed if I do. I think we just lost. Here's the thing, if you've chosen bad servants to level and you don't have good synergy and that kind of thing, and you get stuck on a boss in the main story, just come back to it later. You know, go farm, go do some events, come back to it later. You don't need to beat 5.5 or Lostbelt 5 to do any of the events. None of the events have ever been Lostbelt 5 blocked, ever. And a lot of the stories before those, you can obviously just beat with support cheese. So, also rip David. Whole reason I brought him was to at least do like A NP, get his health bar, and he just died for free. Somehow we've done less with this setup than normal. At least his damage resist is gone.
Doesn't help with the damage cut though. He is so fucking cancer when he has so many actions per turn. I'll wait a turn to debuff clear, I think. No point in using the Merlin command code. I'll just put it on cooldown and I wouldn't be able to use it later, and I don't need to charge. Even if I get drained here, I don't need to charge. We're just too slow. Like the more time you give him, then he NPs, and then someone dies. I might need to incorporate some taunts. Or like a VC Brawn. I'm not sure this account has a VC Brawn though. Don't need the debuff clear, but I need the health. And I can save Atlas. Martha's NP won't do much, but hell, if she can like overcharge a Robin NP down the line, it's worth something. We don't use CS nowadays, we use blue cubes. It's like, oh, you boomer using command spells. That's cool, kids use these blue, I don't know, dice? I don't know. Could you not? Can you not? Thanks, game. No, I didn't even need Ushi, it's fine. Give me the attack down, please. He only has a 20% chance. It's 80%, and just never get the fucking attack down, dude. I didn't even get the poison on that one. We don't need it, but like, fuck. Christ, dude. Like, what a pain in the ass. The command code lands? Why couldn't the skill land? Because the attack down was like the defense up on David, it might have been enough, right? Oh my god. All my damage gone, thanks game. David would have been better as a taunt wall, to be honest. Got the damage cut, so I can't really do anything this turn. I'll just get NP game. We're gonna lose though. We're not even remotely close. Because even you to the final health bar, it might feel like you're close, but you're not. Like you're really not. You're very far off. The problem is, I'm using a bunch of servants that have evade, and this is boss spam sure hit, but there just is no budget in vulnerability. A VC Brawn would be really nice right now. Obviously, I could use my Hercules, and then we'd win really easy, but I would rather not do that. David's honestly not really doing anything, but, I mean, you have to summon something. I kind of like summoning David just because it's something everybody has, and it really doesn't matter if he's Grailed or not. I just need to use the slot for something. Martha's not working very well, though. She can work sometimes, but... I really don't like, though, the damage cut in this fight, just because it's RNG. It's like, if it procs every turn, you're so screwed, and if it doesn't proc, you know, then you're fine. So it's just like, why? Like, it's such a bad mechanic in my opinion. People are always thinking like, oh my god, you know, this boss has a, you know, hidden passive. They almost never do. Like, that's just people. I mean, look at how many debuffs have landed. We've landed so many debuffs. So you don't think about it. It's a selective bias there. Orion would do fine. He's not like the best ever for this, but he's fine. I mean, it's huge damage, so. If you had good support, so you could actually kill Tunican first. Because he does so much damage, you don't really care about the damage resist thing at the beginning. The odds of that invulnerability going off at a good time are pretty abysmal, but... Why am I being this budget? Why am I being this budget right now? But, I just don't want to use Herc right now. It's gonna make it so easy, it's not a real boss fight anymore. These intro screens are so lame. Not only do you lame, but they waste time. This stage just wastes so much time because you have to watch the fucking cutscene every time, and then you have to watch that stupid thing every time. Like, Jesus. Not a fan of this opening hand. Basically guarantees that Ushi's gonna have a hard time getting her NP this time. Boy, I wish you had hit Ushi with that. She can crit here, that'll help. I don't think I should have taunted there. Keep messing that up. Okay, Ushi, just land these crits. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. What an IP. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I so get the feeling from that IP that the lead designer has absolutely no interest in Disney stuff and just wants to tell some bullshit convoluted weeb story. And it's just, why does this exist? Like, I've never understood why Kingdom Hearts exists. Because, like, they don't even, it's so obvious that they don't even care about the Disney stuff. But it's almost the entire selling point of it. So it's like, why is this here? And then the story is just so convoluted. I mean, it is so fucking convoluted. And it's like, why is this a game? It's so bizarre. Yeah, the Disney stuff is so disconnected, but it's almost the entire draw game. It's so weird, dude.
Now, if only he didn't have the heal, you know, that might have been worth something there. Probably should have focused on David NP gain a little bit more throughout this. Because if David could have his NP right now, that would be so good. Why did you have to kill Ricky Boy? It feels so bad to use invulnerability here because you just have no idea if it's going to work or not. This might look really weird, but I'm doing it in case David gets hit by the Skelly Bro. I just realized my Robin is using the non-limit broken version of the CE, so I don't have my MP right now. Because I would have it right now if I did. Oh, that was lucky. I like how I got my MP and then I lost it. What a noof. Let's see. I think there was like some passion there for like Kingdom Hearts 1, for like the Disney stuff, but not after that point at all. And I think they put it in there because they have to. I'm sure some of like the artists on the team and stuff care and that kind of thing, but I don't think the lead director cares at all. And it's just funny. It's kind of obvious, I think. Should have evaded last turn. Doesn't do me any good this turn. Do I make the stars then? Try to get a David crit? I mean, Ushi will probably just take it. Ushi critting is not the end of the world, but it doesn't help very much. I'll save it for next turn. Just watch David die here, though. Or, I mean, Robin die here. I want to do double David just because David's actually worth a damn, but if David dies, I should get Ushi. But if Ushi dies, I should do David. But Ushi's so close. We'll go with David. Could do heal boost in the heal, or I art chain and get damage cut. The heal puts us back at full health though, but I don't have a defense up or anything, so I'll probably die anyway. I didn't break. God, dude, it's just, that's so annoying. And there goes Robin. There's all of our damage. I don't think there's any way we're winning on this attempt now. I have no damage left. I like how I can remove his stuff so I can do normal damage, but David has one card. Gonna need Ushi to bail us out on this one. I'm not even sure the crit would work. We'll see. I know it probably will if she crits. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, we're not completely fucked, but we're probably fucked because I have to remind everyone he gets his fucking NP when Guts goes off. And he comes back with like, I don't remember what he comes back with. I want to say half health. Ushi's NP basically does nothing here. Because he'll heal back the damage we do. Something I don't like about this fight is if you want to do it really budgety, you can, but command codes are very important, and I just cannot be bothered to move the command codes around and shit. I can tell like my command codes are on the wrong units and stuff. Oh yeah, we have George! I totally forgot about that. We're not completely out of this yet then. Why does that Skelly bro though is about to run everything, I swear to God. Hey look, he has damage cut again, so now we do nothing, yay. The music knows. I actually want to do David's debuff removal, but I want this art chain. But we gotta get rid of it. It's too big of an attack down. It's not. You fuck! I knew he was gonna do that! God! Look, we got the attack down again and we lost a bunch of health! Fantastic! Music knows. So the dream would be I break his health right now, so our invulnerability here doesn't go to waste. But I don't think I can do 185k with no buffs, and I have the attack down. Hey look, I can get rid of the attack down. I don't think we're gonna, oh no, I'm sorry, we have to do 200k. There's no way we're doing 200k right now. Because yeah, if I could break his health bar, he'd NP again, but he'd hit invulnerability, and we'd be fine. But that ain't gonna happen. At least I got rid of the attack down though. That's a pretty big damage boost actually. Shame our skill seal doesn't actually stop him from applying his skills. I think we dead. Because, you know, we're going to do absolutely no damage here. Very fun game. So am I the only one that when I look at the command code UI, it's bad on so many levels, but am I the only one that's just like, the worst part of it, and the thing that makes you not want to even use it, is the fact that, you know, whatever you want to put on the unit you're about to use is probably equipped to someone else, and you can't just switch it. You have to find it. It's just like, why? Like that, it is mind-boggling to me that that has not been changed yet. That you can't, like, because CEs, you can just take it from one unit to the other, right? And it's not a big deal. With command codes, you can't do that because they're fucking morons, and it's been like a year, and they still haven't fixed it. And it's just crazy, and it's so needless. I'm trying to find my Star Bomb command codes right now, and I just cannot find them. I know they're equipped to someone because they're grayed out, and I'm sitting here scrolling through them, and I just cannot figure out who has them. And it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's so dumb. I'm gonna have to just, like, stop talking for a second here so I can concentrate and figure out who the fuck has them. It must be on something so random, because, like, all the usual suspects don't have it. I literally just cannot find this. Yep, they're both equipped to somebody, and I've scrolled through my servants like 8 fucking times now, and I cannot figure out who it is. I'm trying to think who the fuck I used recently. I think it must be on Fionn or something. That's like the because I think. Why would I put him on him though? I remember we were going to test him, but I never used him. But like, he's not even good with them. I'm losing my mind. God, yep, it's Fionn has them, and he was just in such a weird spot on the menu that I never saw him. God. And then I like how when you unequip them now, you have to watch an animation for every single one of them. So you have to watch 5 fucking animations, and then you have to watch the animation when you reapply them, and then also you have to find them again, and you have to switch servants. Like, it is such a bad UI. Like, I'm not, this is not hyperbole. I have seen college students make, like, a mock-up, you know, game for, like, video game classes, and they do better than this. Right? It's just like, you have got to be kidding me. Meanwhile, you know, multi-dollar company. What do I put on this other art card? Don't think it really matters. Okay. Jesus. Well, if David hadn't died, we had a chance, but because David died, we do not have a chance. But we're gonna try anyway, because why not? You know, maybe I should have killed the 17k guy, so I don't get debuffed. I guess I can remove it, and he'll die to the NP. Mainly, I just want Martha to get far enough that I can remember what his gimmick is when he pop guts. I don't remember how much health he comes back with. I want to save my buff removal for the next turn. It's my only chance. I mean, there's no way we're winning. But I kind of need the defense down if I want to have a chance of breaking this health bar. Well, RNG, bail me out here. The thing is, they're not completely carried by Fate's IP. I mean, they never would have made it this far to have made the improvements that they've made if it wasn't for Fate. Like, 100%. I mean, they would never have amounted to anything if it wasn't for the Fate IP. Like, easy. Fucking the skeleton didn't die. But, you know, like, whoever is in charge of their boss design does an extremely good job. They very much deserve praise. They make a lot of good challenge quests and stuff. You know, it's very well done. You know, they're and this is mostly Type Moon, but like, you know, their voice acting is good, their art is good, all that kind of, there's a lot of good things about it, but it is true though, the DW side of things is pretty bad, but I assume they're at least the ones doing the boss design. But maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not, I don't even know. Did not even get to break, so I can't see. I'm pretty sure he gains a full tick of NP, or at least a chunk of it, and I think he comes back with like almost full health. If I had done our defense down on the NP turn, we probably would have broken. I could have seen. But what's really unsettling is a lot of the stuff that made FGO better has been confirmed to have been Type Moon's ideas, not DW, and a lot of times Aniplex actually fought against it. Like, Type Moon is responsible for the lower SQ costs, they're responsible for the summons being 30 instead of 40, the AP coming back faster, like, just all those changes are from Type Moon. So it's like, the fuck is Aniplex and DW doing? I'm gonna try Billy. Give him a different CE. Because Billy's still not a carry. Like, he's very helpful, but I mean, Billy is not a unit that's just gonna, like, LOL carry the whole fight, like, not even close. No offense to Billy or anything, but he ain't that good. He is nice for cleanup here, though, because he gets his NP with, like, no
No need from like his teammates or anything. He just boom, got it. I'm gonna cut Martha, even though she's so helpful here. I just don't have room for it, and a lot of times like she just doesn't have the debuff removal at the right time and stuff. So we just have to hope we don't get screwed over. I need to clean out my inventory. Get all these like useless CEs in here. How I wish I had the freaking Caneth thing instead of Sunlight. Sunlight doesn't do anything in this fight. If I could save Ricky Boy for the first NP and taunt it, that would be really good. That's super hard to accomplish though. I kind of need, like, David is not helping on the front row. Like, he's not helping at all. He never gets his NP before dying, and his evade does nothing. The only thing he's doing is the attack up. I'm trying to think if there's something I can use that'd be more useful than that. If we had a Buster NP, I would say this, easy, but we're Art and Quick. Still, though, he's not that bad, because you get the taunt, you get the stability at the beginning and some battery, but no damage up. Yep, I saw their other game is ending service, and it's only been out for 6 months. Yep, it's pathetic. The fact that, like, they thought that game was a good idea with that business model and everything is just... Like, it makes me question their, you know, understanding of the market and everything. I mean, like, the fact that they thought that was a good idea and it failed that hard is just like... They're on another planet, man. Am I about to try Qin Gong? Like, his second skill and first skill are nice for this. Because he does literally nothing else. Or if you get lucky with David, if David gets an NP off before dying, he's incredible. But if he doesn't, then he's basically useless. Regular mash would be amazing here. VR mash is okay, but she doesn't give us any damage, and we want damage. Let's see if we can get enough damage without... I almost want to not use Atlas and just hope the debuffs don't screw me. Because Atlas has not been very useful. Like, sometimes it's a total lifesaver because you got that turn where you just gotta do the damage and you have so many debuffs, you're like, are you kidding me? But sometimes, you know, that doesn't happen, so... And you might say, oh, kill the skeleton, you don't have to worry about the debuffs, but then the boss attacks 3 times and you just get so many buffs every turn. Been up for 5 months, they just can't... Oh, it's not cancelled until 6 months? Yeah, I mean, that's even worse, because he probably knew it was going to shut down before that. Normally, like the lingering time is just because, like, legal obligations and contracts and shit like that. And, like, the App Store and all. The thing is, a lot of gacha games do well. Genshin Impact rocks the gaming industry, and it's a brand new IP that no one knew anything about. IP recognition is just a way to sell something that sucks. That's all it's good for. IP recognition is not something you need to sell games. You know, Hades is sold super well. Brand new IP. You know, like, there are so many hit success games that are not established IPs. The trick is making a good game with a business model that is both profitable but then fair enough to the players that they're not pissed, right? Like, that's the key. But, you know, so many of these games are just shit. Like, they're just bad. Okay, I could do my first taunt to just keep them from getting debuffed. I also get the battery from that. Gotta save the other taunt, though, for the NT turn, assuming I'm wanting her to survive. That's kind of the problem. I feel like Nash would be better later, because if she survives and protects the teammates, I'm sitting there on Riders, on the healing Saber boss with damage cut, right? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sadly, her armor ignore does not work on damage cut. It'd actually be very practical here if it did. Sadly, we cannot have nice things.
I like how everyone just pretty much did the same thing. I don't think Ricky Boy did, but... Like, mobile gaming is huge. It's huge, right? So the fact that they used an unknown IP is definitely not the problem for that Soccer Wars game. It's the fact that, you know, they just, it's a 5-year-old business model. And it has completely uninspired gameplay with nothing engaging at all. Might regret that heal because we might need it later, but I figure the sooner I use it, the sooner it comes off cooldown, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, Mash taunting meant she was guaranteed to get the NP drain. I wasn't really thinking about that. Fuck. Going too slow! I think he just said too slow, by the way. %. That's a good feeling. Are you saying DW is Artoria? JP, is that what you're saying? I think Type Moon does, though. If you look at the changes Type Moon generally makes, I think they at least have a clue as to what's happening. And you get that fucking Blaze Blue game that is also a copy-paste of Day 1 FGO. And they also copied the account system where you don't have an actual account and stuff. It's like, oh, because you can just open your phone and go, see? God. This industry sometimes, dude, it's just... It's kind of pathetic. I don't want Ricky to use his third skill next turn, so I think we have Ricky go, then Ushi. And Ushi can remove the attack down here. Although we could do the Ushi, or the Ricky Brave Chain, and he might actually loop. I'll do this though, I'll make some stars. I mean, I don't think Type Moon is like, you know, necessarily like the masters of understanding video game business models. Wow, that didn't do nearly as much damage as I was thinking. Ushi definitely does do more burst damage. That's actually really bad. But they definitely understand better than DW does. It helps that Nasu is actually a gamer, like he actually plays video games and, you know, beats them and you know, that kind of thing. That helps. Ushi, you gotta break this turn or we're in some trouble here. I almost did the Mash Buster card. Okay, Ricky, you're doing some damage there. I'm okay with this. We had to break there because otherwise we'd lose our attack bust. It's a good thing Mash gives us some extra survivability because we're going slower now than normal. The dream is she stops the second NP with her other taunt. I'm just worried that she's gonna die before one of my other units, because there's no point in protecting the riders. You know, I'm not helping my, you know, I need to be buying time for my archers. So I need like Ushi or Ricky to just get like Buster crit in the face and die immediately, pretty much. Normally I wouldn't feel that way, but with the way this fight is, it's, you know, the damage cut's gonna shut down the riders so much they're not gonna do anything. Between the damage cut and the heal, you know, any damage they do is just going into the void. Unless they like both double NP, you know, that might get somewhere, but I like how Ricky Boy just got Buster crit.
Do I evade mash? Because we're not gonna need evade because of the sure hit stuff, so I think I just do that, try to keep her in this a bit longer. So I know it's not, but the next unit I wish was David, because he'd help mash live a bit more. Well, that's good. Well, potentially good if it's... Well, that's not good. The issue here is if Mash dies before she can taunt, because then we're literally no better off than we were before. Like, every time, this is where we're at, you know, pretty much, we kill Medea, and then, you know, we get nothing done, and his second NP hits one of our archers, right? We need the second NP not to hit one of our archers. Not a great time to star bomb, because we're not really doing Billy crits right now, but I want the evade because we're not going to use it for the NP. They're never making FGO 2, I can pretty much guarantee you that. Now, I'm sure at some point you will make, I like if you put it in quotes, that's probably what you mean. They'll make another Fate mobile game eventually, but it probably won't be made by DW, to be honest. Who knows? You don't know what, like, how they feel about it behind the scenes. But it's definitely not going to be FGO 2. And it'll have a completely different combat system and that kind of thing. They're going to want to deassociate it with FGO a lot. That way they can justify making you, you know, buy all the servants again. Because if they made FGO 2, everyone would be like, well, can I just transfer my servants? And obviously they're not gonna... They are obviously not gonna do that, so...
Okay.
We can remove his defense up, but he'll still have damage cut, so we won't do any damage here unless we crit. You know what, 30%, you never know. There's no Buster card involved, though. Did not crit. I like how Robin crit, though. But I would expect... Wait. Do we still have taunt on us? Fuck. That's so fucking lame, dude. I bet you they had the same taunt percent, so it's 50-50. There's a chance it was higher, but I doubt it was higher. I like how he had full health, and he just gets one shot. I'm like, yep, that's great. Let me look at what Mash's taunt is. I might have to do Atlas then, because I could have lived in that scenario if I had Atlas. Her taunt is 300%. His might be 500. Hard to say. They use 300 a lot though, so it wouldn't surprise me if his was 300 and it was just 50-50. Yeah, it's over. I mean, that was such a huge hit to our value. Yeah, I doubt they'd make Ku a 3-star again. But I mean, who knows what kind of like mechanics like the game would even have in terms of that kind of stuff. But if they did 1 to 5-star again, he'd probably be a 4-star, I bet. Wow, have we been streaming for that long? What the hell? I feel like I only started a little while ago. Don't make me use hurt. I honestly, our front row just needs to be better. Like, I could probably cut Ushi and just get lucky with Ricky Boy and have Ricky be the only one doing damage. That's probably smarter. Actually, real quick. You have to get lucky and get, you know, like art or quick art or something, but... It's worth.
そろ
I mean, it's no telling what you would do, like, demoting wise, it would just really depend, but the thing is, you know, the day one of whatever the new game would be, so many servants would be missing. You know, they'd bring back some veterans and they'd add new people, because that's what you draw people in, is new faces. So it'd be a long time before you saw a lot of the stuff that was in FGO. And some of them you probably would just never see. I think some of, like, Billy, I don't think Billy is ever going to be in another Fate game. I hate to say that because I like Billy a lot, but I would doubt Billy's ever going to be used in any Fate IP ever again. He is so unpopular in Japan, and he's just some random 3-star. And unless, you know, one of the writers on board really cares, I don't think it would happen. Right? Like, they're going to want to use that development time to add other things that are popular. Right? Like, Billy's not even in arcade, for God's sakes. You know, same reason. They'd rather use the why use their like, seriously, why do you think he's not in arcade? It's because they're like, at the time it takes to make a new character, why would we make one that we know is unpopular when we could use that development time for, like, Ricky Boy or Izo or some new 3-star that's just gonna, that we can, you know, have better chances of being popular, making us money. So yeah, I don't see Billy ever getting used again. I think his best shot is, like, some writer down the road just liking his character and liking Western stuff, because some Japanese people do like that stuff, and they put him in, like, a book or something. Like, that's like his only real chance. What's a good CE for what we're doing here? Kind of that. That might be too slow, though. The high starting NP is actually not necessarily bad. I like this team in theory a lot more. It's just going to depend on... There's more RNG in it. I should give Ricky Boy command codes. Now I have to go through like 30 menus. Oh, it's so fun.
Yokoso, Leonardo da Vinci の強化ラボへ。今日も元気に始めちゃおう。
No, NA likes Billy. Billy's really popular in NA, but NA is like is such a itty bitty tiny fraction of the overall player base. Like, they don't give a fuck about NA. Like, that's nothing. And Billy's way more popular in NA, but that's kind of to be expected because he's a American legend. Right, you know, and obviously in America and even Canada and just North America, right, you know, things like, you know, gunslingers and stuff are going to be more hyped. Where in Japan, it's if anything, it's the opposite. NA likes Edison more than JP does too, but I don't think Edison is very popular because of his design. You know, the rest of the world likes to see America as super crazy patriotic and rainbow colors and, you know, all that nonsense, but that's, you know, that's actually not really what most people in America are like or want. I mean, when you ask people in, like, Japan, they thought during, like, the Trump era that, like, basically everyone in America super hyped Trump, and, like, I'm not gonna get into my personal opinions about Trump one way or the other, but it's just a fact that, you know, it quite divisive, where lots of people did really like him and lots of people really didn't. Like, lots of people, right? And yet the perception in Japan is that all of America is just all super patriotic Trump stuff, but, you know, regardless of your own personal feelings, that's just not that's just not how America is, right? And that's one of America's strengths, is they're generally not very... We're normally not all in the same mindset all the time, right? The mindsets go all over the place. But yeah, there's just this perception in Japan that Americans are
We eat cheeseburgers and you know, blah blah blah, American flags, right? Like that's very much Japan's mindset of Americans. They think like Las Vegas is everywhere, right? But it's like that's just, you know, that's so far from the truth. And that's, you know, some people in America are like that, sure. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but, you know, that really is not, the, you know, Edison is not a good representation of, like, the inner feelings of most Americans, right? It's really not. And then for as NA in general, as in North America, you know, obviously not Canada and all that either, so. Chat, this may be, I may be committing American blasphemy, but I don't like cheeseburgers. I like burgers just fine. I have never liked cheeseburgers. I think, well, maybe when I was young, I don't know, but I find the cheese just takes away from them. They just heretic. Like, I don't think the cheese works with the hamburger. I really don't. I much prefer a hamburger without the cheese. Right? I'm all for like the mustard and you get tomato, the lettuce, you know, that's all fine. But yeah, I definitely prefer no cheese. Indeed. Yeah, I know cheese is very popular in America, though. Like, no doubt. I almost want to give K-Scope to David. It's kind of a waste, but I just want to 1,000,000% at least get his NP off before dying. Like, for fuck's sakes. Okay, this CE is not going to help Ricky Boy as much, but Robin needs a good one, too. I almost want to do Atlas. It's just that extra punch at the end is super helpful with that bigger health bar. We'll try it though. We'll see. I wouldn't say I hate cheeseburgers. Like if it was a good burger, right, and you know the ingredients were good, and it had cheese on it, I'd probably still enjoy it. But I would enjoy it more if it didn't have the cheese on it. Also, there's different kinds of cheese, and I don't try a lot of cheeses because I'm generally not a big cheese person. So there may be some cheeses out there that maybe I would really like, but most cheese that I've had in my life, I've been like, eh. It's kind of just thick nastiness that's really unhealthy for you, right? If it was healthy for me, you know what? I'd be like, you know what? I'll eat some cheese, you know, for my diet or whatever, right? You know, it's not that bad, you know, because it's not like atrocious, but I don't hype it, and it's unhealthy for you. I do like cheese on pizza. I'll give it that, but I don't like loads of cheese on pizza. You know, some people want the extra cheese, and you know, I don't like that. But cheese does work on pizza. That works out. And pepper jack sometimes I'm okay with. I've had some pepper jack that's pretty good. Okay, although this is kind of a good opening hand, the downside is we have like no NP gain after our first NP, which is really important. But hopefully we just go around the wheel pretty quick here. Like in a way that's a good start, but it's also kind of bad just because what I care about ultimately is the NP refund. That's what we're looking for. Maybe I should bring Mozart instead of David then just for that. Don't worry, guys. Ricky's got a Buster card. That'll do it. Then I'm gonna taunt and get NP drained most likely. Ricky, please do 127k. If you don't, I should have picked your Buster card. I didn't pick it because I thought he got it. I was like, I'll grab some NP gain on the other unit. Uh-oh. Ricky, please. Yeah, his NP just doesn't do as much as Ushi's, man. It's definitely noticeable there. Okay, and we also got shredded. That's not good either.
This is bad.
以前のようにはいきませんが
We're taking way too long now. Maybe I'd use Ushi instead of Ricky Boy. Just the second NT would be really hard that way. She could break the first health bar with crits though, and then NT the second one. I might try that.
モールだカメロだ
See, I try to view people as individuals. That's generally the good way to go about it, because all countries, you know, they have stereotypes for a reason. Like, but that doesn't mean it's everybody. It's just a thing, right? Like Japan being workaholics is certainly. There are plenty of Japanese people that are like that, but that's not the entire country, of course not. You know, no country is ever like super two-dimensional. That's just not a thing. It never a thing. It's like, you know, humans are diverse or something and have lots of different interests and abilities and desires and dreams and aspirations. I'm about to David NP to get through this health bar. Okay, yeah, this is not working well. Yeah, it is taking way too long. And then she's going to heal again and blah 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 blah. And see, now we're going through the cards. Like, if I could have NP'd right now, we'd be good. Because I could do the chain with the Merlin command code and everything, but can't do that, unfortunately. At least the attack up will wear off, I guess. Oh my god. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Dude, as I'm talking about humans being complicated, I love lizard men from the D&D universe. They are incredible. Because not only are they, you know, so not super complicated like humans, but they're actually more practical than humans. Because they are worrying about the stuff that actually matters, which is just survival, and that's it. Right? Like, the lizard men in that universe are just fucking awesome. Like, I love them so much. Okay, I gotta reset. This is crazy bad. This is where regular mash would be a lot better again, just because of her attack up would help punch through that health bar. The lizard men in that universe pretty much only care about something if it pertains to their own survival. And they just don't give the slightest shit about anything else. And like, if like keeping up with social norms is like what helps them blend in to not, you know, to not damage their survivability. Like if they're in a party, they'll, you know, try to play nice, only enough though so it benefits them, right? Like they're not gonna just start, you know, eating people because then it's gonna piss everyone else off around, piss them off, you know, they don't wanna do that. But literally the only thing they care about is survival and like improving themselves. It's so amazing. Let's try Ushi. I don't know though, you're gonna have to get a lot of value out of those crits. This is where like Hans would work, right? Hans would work if you put Hans on the team for both Ricky or Ushi, but it's I want more value afterwards for Tuna. The idea of spaghetti with cheese sounds pretty horrible to me, but we've already gone into the fact that I'm not a big cheese fan, so... Like, this beginning part is kind of the easy part, but it must go smoothly so you can be in your best setup, right, for dealing with the... saber nonsense. I could have David NP to help, but you really want David to NP Tuna.
Well, this turn sucks. Her Buster card is alone. So the first hand she had 1 card, the second hand she had 3 cards, and the final hand she had 1 card. And that'd be fine if this hand with 3 had the Buster card in it. Because it doesn't, we're not gonna really do anything here. Because it doesn't, doing like mediums amounts of damage over time does not work. Because, you just heal it back, especially against Tunican because he has the damage cut, but it's the same for Medea too. Because see, now I still have to NP this health bar, so then there's no point to it. And we basically did nothing that turn. I'd have to NP again, and that would mean you would not want the hand to be like that. Man, this sucks. I need to have another support on the front, but it's like you're just gonna sit around. As soon as Medea is dead, so the supports and the rider do nothing. Like they're completely useless units all of a sudden, and so I don't want a like a caster hanging out. I could just cut Mash. Then you have to like kind of pray to RNGesus. That adds so much RNG into the fight though, because Mash like lowers your chance of getting attack down, NP drain on the DPS unit, guarantees you deal with the first NP and everything. But she's not actually doing much aside from that. Like regular Mash would be fine because then you get the attack buff. I almost wanted to go back to this again, but I mean that was not working at all. Like dear God. You need something on the field that's going to be useful. Like it's gotta be this because there's no way David is gonna live if I don't do this. And the whole reason to bring David is so he can do like at least something to Tunican. If I could just find a way for Ricky Boy to break the first health bar. We don't have enough damage for that. Or Ushi can do it, but then she's pretty much out of gas. She's super at the mercy of like the deck shuffling. Well, let's do that. Is there anything I can give Robin? Might have to go with this one. Could do that. That's a hell of a lot of damage when you do get your NP. That's so slow though, like my god, that's slow. I need another archer. I just don't see Ricky Boy doing quite enough damage like this. I could use default, but oh boy, does that add a lot of wonky nonsense. I don't really have any preference on fish. I like fish a lot, but I kind of like it anyway, you know. You know, sushi to grilled, fried, whatever, like fish is good, so. I'm not a big cake person, but carrot cake's pretty good, I guess. I don't mind cake, but it's just... I find two camps that I see with most cake, right? They're either way too sweet, and it's just like so much icing, right? And the cake is an excuse to just put icing on it, and I don't think that tastes good at all. Like, I'm not a fan of like this super rich icing stuff. It's so not my thing. And then if it's mostly just the cake, I'm like, it's okay, but there's other like more bready type products that I would prefer.
But there are some cakes that I do really like. I mean, like I said, carrot cake is pretty swell. If the icing is not super crazy rich, I'm fine with it, and I'm not gonna complain. But I'm not gonna really seek it out. You know, I'm not gonna go out on my own time and go buy cake, right? Like no way. But if like, you know, it's an event or something, I'm not like, oh my god, I got cake, how dare you, right? You know, it's fine, it's just cake, like relax. But yeah, definitely, I'm not huge into sweets. I mean, there's definitely some sweets that I like, sure, but I'm more into sour and spicy. That's generally the food that I'm really hyped for. I do not like whipped cream, no. Now, it's more of a size thing. You're supposed to have certain things with it, and I'm sure there are some things you can put it on, especially in like light amounts, it'd probably be fine, but I generally am not really a fan of that. I'm not big on like cream stuff, generally. Like just cream, right? Like straight cream, like in a pastry or something. It's what I feel like I don't even mind it. It's that almost any kind of dessert or something that uses cream always uses way too fucking much of it. And when it needs to be like super light, it needs to be so light, but they never do that. Pie is where it's at. Like pie is some good stuff. I would actually like to try some desserts that are made in a way where the cream or whipped cream or whatever is just way lighter, right? Like so much lighter. I think some of that could actually be pretty good, but you'd have to make it yourself at that point. And when I make stuff myself, I'm not making cake or, you know, stuff, pastries and stuff, so. Okay, what is the play here? We absolutely need to somehow break, but I mean, he's got a chain. It's just not an empty game chain. He'll probably break, though. We have more damage this time, too, because our CE is better. The weird thing is, when I think about it, I haven't actually eaten any kind of cake in an ungodly amount of time. And who knows, maybe I'll feel differently about them now. Maybe I'll like them more or less or whatever. We are not even in the ballpark. Why did I not cast David's evade skill forever ago? I literally should have cast it on turn 1. I might still cast it just because of Skelly Boy, but I think I need to wait a bit. Boy, I messed that up. Why am I attacking Tuna Can? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because of their heal, but we crit a bunch, so actually hitting Medea, it probably would have done more than she would have healed for. It would have been close, but, well, maybe not. She's doing her NP. I fucking hate sweet potato. Holy shit, I hate sweet potato. That is like on my absolute, like my shit list. I like potato, regular potato. I'll eat well, not raw, like I'll cook it, but like I'm totally okay with a potato with nothing on it, right? Great, awesome. But sweet potato, no. Oh my god. My shit list is sweet potato, stuffing, meatloaf. That's the worst. That's my least favorite food on the planet is meatloaf. Those are like the just fuck you. I fucking hate those foods, man. Dude, meatloaf is just ugh, so bad. How do you fuck up a hamburger that bad? And it's terrible for you. It's really bad for you. And it sucks. Like, I cannot fathom. And I know so many people that are just like obsessed with meatloaf, dude. And they just don't understand why I hate it. And I'm like, I don't understand how you like it, but you know, I guess that's pretty normal for life, I guess. Those are fighting words? Yeah, oh my god, sweet potato is just... ugh. Mashed potatoes is pretty good. Mashed potatoes is good stuff. I haven't had steak in so long. I tried to avoid red meat, because it's really bad for you. So, and I've never found, I don't mind red meat, but it doesn't taste really any better than white meat. And humans are supposed to eat white meat, or we're not supposed to eat red meat. So I generally just avoid it because I don't think it really tastes better. And so I'm kind of like, nah. I have gotten less picky about food as I've gotten older, but there still are just some foods, man. I'm like, nope, no way. This is a story I've told a few times, but this was a real moment for me in my life. There was a point, because you kind of gradually go from being a kid to a teenager to an adult. You don't generally have like eureka moments where you're like, oh, I'm grown up now. But I remember at one point, it hit me. I'm like, wait a minute. I have control over my life, and I don't ever have to eat meatloaf again. And that was a good moment. I will never forget that moment. I remember I was like, wait a minute. I am now, you know, the captain of my own ship, and I never have to eat meatloaf again. And if I'm at like a party or some shit and they try to give me meatloaf, I'm like, no thanks. Like, there is no world where this man is ever eating meatloaf again, right? Unless I'm like literally starving to death, it's not gonna happen. And that's a good feeling, man. I'm happy about this. Okay, God, this sucks. We're going so slow, and got the attack down, and just things could be going better. But Ricky's gonna get his NP here. We're going so slow, our skills are about to be back. I kind of wonder if I should wait for them. Guess we'll see. It's so cool to me though how, you know, different people have foods that they like and don't like, and it's fascinating. You know, I never get insulted if someone loves sweet potato and all that. You know, more power to you. I mean, hell, right? I'll just give you mine, right? No problem. Then we're both happy. Hey, Finn. Oh, hey, gifted sub to Bone. Feels good. Why? I should have evaded last turn. Like, it was just a free turn off the cooldown. I don't know why I didn't do that. Messing all the stuff up. Okay, do I want to taunt here so Ricky can't be debuffed? I'm gonna say yes. It's kind of bad though. This almost guarantees that the next NP from the boss could hit anybody. And that means it could hit Billy. I don't mind if it's David, and I'd be happy if it hit Ricky. Maybe I don't use Ricky's third skill, and we try to line that up. That's gonna make it a lot harder to kill Medea, though. Mash, I need you to do more than 15k damage here, even though you have the attack down. I think she is, just not by a lot. And hey, Sonic Brandon, I got it. Guys, I beat a name. Thank you for the 4-month sub. That's an accomplishment for me when I get someone's name right, because that didn't have any capitals in it, so I almost tried to put those words together, but then I realized, wait a minute. The Sonic is what stood out, so... Names, dude, they're fucked up. Let's see. I don't know if this is going to kill. We're not using a third skill. We don't have David's charisma, but we do have a chain. Oh, come on, Ricky. We need Ricky to do this, and then we need David to deal with the first health bar of Tuna, and then we're looking great. I tell you though, my diet consists of so many like just raw ingredients. That's overwhelmingly what I prefer to eat, and it's also just, it's quicker and healthier, and it doesn't take time, and that, like, you know, I'm all about just like eating, you know, an orange, right, or eating just, you know, just straight nuts or something, right? Like any kind like other than cashews. I'm not huge on cashews, but any other nut really is fine. You know, I eat a lot of stuff like that. You know, sure, and off it's a sandwich sometimes, and sometimes I'll be in the mood to do something fancier than that. But I'm really big on just like eating just broccoli, or like just potato and broccoli, and then an orange, right? Like that's overwhelmingly how I eat food, because it tastes fine to me. I think a lot of raw stuff tastes better. Like, you know, raw orange is great, man. I don't need all that. I don't need orange chicken, right? I'm okay with just chicken, right? Or just orange, right? I don't need the fancy shit. And it's so much faster and cheaper and healthier. And it's hot dog buns. No, they're fine. They're good, man. Don't you shame me. Anyway, but yeah, I'm big on that's very much how I eat generally. It's only on an occasion I'll do more than that. And then I had that surgery and I lost a lot of my taste. Some of it has come back, but my taste is still messed up since then. And ever since then, even more so, I care less about the fancy shenanigans. But you know, now and then it's nice to, you know, try different stuff and whatnot. Okay, he has damage cut, but he does not have his defense up. I might NP here, because he's or it's unlikely we're ever going to have a turn where he doesn't have the damage cut anymore. So I think we just take it and get what we get, because the NP doesn't care too much about the damage cut. Like, it hurts it. I think it's 30k. I'm pretty sure his damage cut is 30k. And taking 30k off your NP is definitely significant. Oh my god, I have the attack down too, though. You know what? I think this is worth. If David can land that 40% crit, we'll be happy. I don't mind apples, they're fine, and I eat them plenty, but I definitely prefer oranges and lemons and... Oh my god! Oh, he still has the damage resist. I just threw so hard. We literally did, and then he dies? Fuck you, game! We did all of that work to have a suboptimal setup to so we could have David on the front row, and I forgot that the boss had damage resist for one more turn, and we just accomplished nothing. We literally just wasted our time there. Are you fucking kidding me, game? And I love how they instantly just killed David because the crit. That's so lame, dude. This fucking game. I love how he just has so much uptime on this sure hit. I need buff removal. Dear God. Oh my god, that like crushed my soul, dude. Literally in one turn, we would have lost the damage resist, and then David could have broken that health bar, and Billy would have broken the next health bar. I don't think David would have quite broken though, but I think he would have been kind of close. Cherries are good. I think pretty much all berries are good. You know, blackberry, blueberry, strawberry, that's all good stuff. Ricky is really close to getting his NP. Oh my god, Billy has taunt again. I guess I gave it to him. Time to get debuffs. Oh, I'm so happy. Who doesn't love debuffs? Can I transform Mash into Martha? That would be very helpful right now.
Okay. Okay.
Because then we could get rid, if he gets the damage cut at a bad time, I can get rid of it. If Billy goes into debuff hell, she can get rid of it, right? Or Mash doesn't do too much anymore. I have never had one of those, Eri. I don't think, anyway, off memory. You know, I tell you what's underrated though, pineapple. Pineapple is some good stuff. You know, if you do use it as an ingredient, you need to be very smart with it. It's very easy to throw with pineapple, but it's really good. I've never had it either. Yeah, I know of them, but I've never actually had them, so... Billy still has taunt, so that's why I'm evading. Oh, now he's got damage cut and defense up, so we're gonna do no damage here. We might as well attack the skeleton. And just a waste of time otherwise.
Okay.
Pears are pretty good. Again, if you're eating them raw, then it's no problem, but if you use them as an ingredient, you have to be pretty careful again. But yeah, pears are pretty good. Do I want to keep Mash alive? I guess. I might as well squeeze some value out of it. It says Ricky Boy's not doing much anymore. That's kind of the problem here. He has damage cut. Do I NP? I mean, again, he's always going to have damage cut at this point. Can I suicide? Because this is actually a decent time. Wait, isn't George? If it's George, I shouldn't suicide. If it was Robin next, then I should, but I don't think it is. So I think I need to not do that. Mash is doing well though. I just wish I didn't throw at David. Like, oh my god, we'd have this in the bag if I didn't throw at David. I think we're gonna be just a little short, but we'll see. I feel that, Ari. I feel that. I mean, I like bananas in general, but there definitely is that, like, golden era, right? Because when they're super, super ripe, or they're kind of, you know, getting a bit past their prime, if you will, they're not nearly as good. Banana bread, though, that's some good shit. I'm a big advocate for banana bread. That is a good time. So I would love to art chain with Billy, but Billy doesn't want to NP right now, which means the boss is just going to heal. So all the damage I did with Ricky Boy doesn't matter. God, I love this fucking game. Can we get like any kind of value out of anyone this turn? Like, this is kind of a fucked up turn here. I could NP with Billy and then use his art card and then use his second skill, but it's gonna do so little damage, I think. I think it'd do like maybe 70k. If I had my command code to get rid of the defense up, I would do it. Or if Nash could give the attack up. What really hurts is Billy's got the attack down. The attack down, damage cut, defense up, all those things combined is just such a hit. Even though Billy's the only one that does damage, I don't want to use his... Wait, I shouldn't even attack him because he's got damage cut and defense up. I should do this. But I didn't want to put the command code on cooldown. Dude, if we could have just NP'd that turn... He's killing me right now. I tell you, one fruit I don't like is like blood oranges. They are so inferior to regular oranges. Like by a very I should not have taunted last turn. Whoops. Wow, if Billy dies here, he's gonna die when he has his 50% battery skill. Oh my god, I should have not taunted when I did, because if I could taunt now, that'd be really good. Well, shit. I think we've lost again. If Billy dies, George is gonna show up protecting no one. I should probably put George in the far back because of that. Grapefruit's not great either. Like, grapes are a lot better. Grapes are good though. Grapes are good. Thank God he did not NP Billy. That would have just been so much death if Billy had died there. Because again, George would show up protecting nobody, which is just so useless to me. Kind of weird using that on Billy, but I don't want him losing a bunch of health to the skeleton. I almost want to taunt on George, but I just don't want him to take too much damage either. It's just if he's gonna get NP'd, I'd rather he have the defense up. Kind of awkward right now. Should have attacked the skeleton again. Not gonna do any damage. Well, that's not ideal.
れでどうか。では行くぞ。
Oh my god, he has defense up and damage cut now. Although I can remove the defense up, and I don't have attack down. Like how the music's looping, but this kind of works.
Okay, 決闘受けてみる？了解了解。
Wait, why didn't that? Does he? How, did he double damage cut?
先に抜いてもいいよ。
The fuck?
僕の方が早いから。
Well, that's bad. He's just gonna heal all of that back. Like, he's absolutely gonna just heal all of that back.
大根氷、下地市、内地市、下爆、内爆、知見、日輪、音陽、東映山。
Yeah, we lose. Like, he's just gonna he NPs so much at the end. Like, we're done.
これでどうか。
He has double damage cut again. Oh, just like. Yeah, that's where we need like default, and we need to just have a big boom turn there. I love how I lost Robin's NP because he drained me.
キャッチして。Okay。了解了解。了解。食らえ。そらよっと。
So if David had gotten to do his NP proper, we might have won. Like we'd basically be in the same boat right now, but we'd be like about a health bar ahead. Oh hey, he didn't have sure hit. I'm okay with this.
こういうのは得意でね。そら。一丁行きますか。仕込みは上々ってね。はいよ。
Robin has the attack down.
了解了解。Okay.
I'm not sure he's gonna break because he's got attack down and the boss has damage cut, and we have no buffs. Yep, that sucks. Yay, now I got attack down. I think I have to NP here because Billy's not gonna last much longer.
受けてみる？行くよ。Okay.
I think we might die here, so he gets his NP, I think.
予言するよ。このサンダラーで眉間に3発。それで終わり。
Really wish he didn't guard the Wait, he only comes back with 10k? If I had no idea if I could have set that up better and I could have tried to like make the extra attack actually get through the damage cut. God damn it! And then he NP's Robin, so he loses. If he had NP'd Billy, would have won. I thought he came back with way more health than that. We could have won if I had known that, and we definitely would have won if David didn't do nothing. I had no idea. I thought he came back with more health than that. Fuck, we totally could have won. Okay, well I'm gonna wrap up there just because I want to play some Dragon's Dogma today. Because I, by the way, off stream I did get Ascalon. I had to kill that stupid fucking dragon 3 times, but we don't have to do that crap anymore. And then I installed the mod that makes the game like not a joke on New Game Plus. So we're gonna do New Game Plus and on hard mode and with the mod. So I'm probably gonna get my ass kicked, but I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, I think it's enough FGO for today. We'll beat this though. I just gotta maximize our team, and if it got really bad, we could always whip out Hercules, but we'll try without. But I'm gonna eat real fast. Make a like tuna sandwich or something. That's like my go-to like quick meal these days. But I'll be back in like 10 minutes, and we'll play a little bit of Dragon's Dogma and check out hard mode mod shenanigans. But you guys have a good one, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.